Community College District Board of Trustees is now called to order at, yeah, hang on a sec, my battery's going dead. 9:32, okay. And I apologize, we're a couple minutes late getting started today. You may join today's meeting in person via Zoom webinar or watch the live stream from the College of the Desert YouTube channel. These links are accessible by visiting the College of the Desert homepage. I want to apologize for a couple of things. First off, I've been sick, so I'm wearing a mask. I've got all the plastic stuff up here, but I felt this is an important meeting and didn't want to miss it. It was just a cold, thank heavens, but I still don't want anybody to get sick, so that's why the mask, and I hope that if there is a problem with clarity of you understanding what I'm saying, that someone will let me know that, okay? So if you can't understand what I'm saying with the mask, please let me know, and I'll try to speak slower or whatever I need to do. So could we have roll call? Dr. Garcia, please proceed with the roll call.
Good morning. Student Trustee Paul.
Present.
Trustee Perez.
Present.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Present.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Good morning, present.
Trustee Yant.
Not yet, okay. And
Trustee Stefan.
present, sorry. Okay, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance now. Could I have Student Trustee Paul please lead us in that? Thank you.
Ready, begin. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we are down to 2.01, board meeting agenda pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 B2. The board may take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon a determination by a 2/3 vote of the board, or if less than 2/3 of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present. That there is a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the board, subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. 2.02, confirmation of agenda. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda for the February 16th, 2023 board meeting?
None.
Hearing none, the agenda stands approved as presented. At this time, we're going to have public comments in accordance with Senate Bill 361 and guidance from the California Department of Public Health on gatherings. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person by email to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link. There's a time limit of 3 minutes per person. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comments section. Are there any public comments?
Yes, Chair Stefan, we had one received in writing from Professor Jorge Perez, and there are several folks on Zoom who wish to speak. And we will start first with Jerry Keller. And Jerry, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Jerry.
I'm the owner of Lulu California Bistro Restaurant in Palm Springs, one of the larger restaurants. We are in a great business. They're happy, they come back, they bring friends, but we need to have
Excuse me
don't
one
have-
second, Jerry. I don't know if you're breaking up. Is there a problem with the connection?
On our end, it looks like we're still up just fine. So Jerry, you may have to reset the meeting. Perhaps we can call on him if he's able to rejoin.
Could you do that for me, Jerry? Jerry, are you there? Yeah.
Jerry is still on the call, but he is muted currently.
Jerry, we really want to hear what you have to say. So, are you there? Are you muted?
He does still seem to be on.
I think this should be better.
Okay, we're going to let you start again, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem, no problem. I understand technology isn't always what we want it to be.
Yes, I'm very sorry about this.
That's
Okay.
no problem, it's not your fault.
All right, so my name is Jerry Keller. I'm the owner of Lulu California Bistro, one of the larger restaurants in the whole valley, the greater Palm Springs Valley. We're in a great business. We make people happy. Hospitality business makes people happy and pleased when we do our jobs well. They come back, they bring their friends, and everybody's successful. But we cannot do it without the employees and the proper people to work with to make it happen. And this is what my discussion is really all about. The original campus had excellent facilities and ways to train people to become managers and chefs and culinary people and everybody for the hospitality business. It was a wonderful idea, and Palm Springs got excited about it. We put together a very large bond more than a decade ago to pay for it, and we expected it to happen. Nothing has happened since. Been a lot of problems and understandable problems and changes, but as of right now, it's important that we bring back the original plans and make this happen. We have to have good trained people. This center will bring people in from all over the world. They'll be exposed to the greater Palm Springs Valley. Many will stay and work. Most important, we will have local people from all over the valley coming in to train and learn a trade, a job that will make them successful for their whole lives. I've had people working for me for more than 25 years, and they're very happy, pleased, making a good living. Everybody is doing well. So my main need is to basically have you folks go back to the original plan, which provided space to train, ways to train, so we can have the kind of staff and managers from the valley itself, from all over the valley, and from all over the world that will come into this wonderful training center. It'll become a centerpiece of the hospitality business throughout the world and will bring the greater Palm Springs Valley into excellent renown all over the world. So please go back to the original plans, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jerry. Next.
Thank you. We currently have 10 via Zoom and standby, and up next we have A. Jared, and you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Jarrett. I'm special counsel for the city of Palm Springs, and I speak on behalf of the city of Palm Springs today regarding the Palm Springs Tahquitz Canyon Way campus. We note that the district has still not complied with the city's request for records relating to this project. Those PRA requests date back to December of 2021. Obviously, those records are vital to the city and other stakeholders' ability to provide meaningful input into the district's decisions regarding this project, such as the item on the agenda before you today. As you know, the city has been forced to seek judicial intervention because of the district's stall tactics in providing these public records. And as we prepare for discovery, I suspect that we will all learn a lot more about how decisions were made to withhold quintessential public records from Valley residents through this litigation. With regard to the project before you today, however, the city would obviously prefer to see a project constructed that is based on, or at least closer to, the March 23rd, 2021 plans, namely a full development of the entire Tahquitz Canyon Way site, including hospitality and culinary learning opportunities. Those plans were over 50% complete 2 years ago in 2021, when the district abruptly and without any community involvement changed its course. Had the district followed through on those well-developed plans, our students would be on their way to seeing the campus built at this time. Instead, the taxpayers of this valley and the students are presented with an emaciated plan for development at this site, a plan that calls for the development of only 150,000 square feet of buildings on a 27-acre site. That means only 12% of the site will contain buildings. And the most recent schematics show that the northern portion of the property is completely empty, subject only to possible quote unquote future development, whatever that may mean. That northern portion of the project fronts Tahquitz Canyon Way, which is the major thoroughfare in the city and is the main gateway for visitors coming to and from our airport to downtown Palm Springs. While the city is pleased to see the inclusion of hospitality, culinary, architectural, and audiovisual arts in the latest proposed campus plans, the most recent plans leave vacant nearly half of the 20-acre site on the major thoroughfare, with no indication of what may ultimately be developed there, and certainly no indication of when. This is unacceptable. Valley voters have approved nearly $1 billion to build projects such as these. It is time for the COD Board of Trustees to fulfill its promise made to the Valley voters and to the students for the past 2 decades and fully build out this campus site now. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next person, please.
Yes, up next we have Daryl Baum, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounce any names today. Daryl, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Daryl Baum. I'm the owner of a retail store in Palm Springs called Wabi Sabi Japan Living. The West Valley College of the Desert Program campus is long overdue. A campus in Palm Springs has been promised by COD leadership for decades. Voters approved nearly $1 billion in bonds to fund the campus, and taxpayers have been paying for those bonds for years. Build a Palm Springs COD campus at Tahquitz and Farrell that was designed and approved years ago. The city of Palm Springs needs a pipeline of employees across industries, especially in tourism. I'm greatly disappointed to understand that the hospitality program has been reduced significantly. We need a robust hospitality program to provide a pipeline of employees who rise through the ranks at hotels and restaurants in Palm Springs and throughout Coachella. As a retailer, I hear constantly about the lack of people and the lack of trained professionals at restaurants and hotels in the area. Retailers are dependent upon hotels and restaurants. As it is, we cannot meet the expectations of locals and visitors. Cutting this program and others puts us years behind where we want to be. Unlike the new Plan B, Plan A had years of input from stakeholders, and Plan A is flexible to meet the needs, not just of now, but for the future. Most of the work has been done already. Vote now to proceed with the Palm Springs Campus Plan A.
Okay, thank you. And next.
Up next, we have Dean Levine. And Dean, you should be able to unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Your 5 minutes.
Yes, I understand there's a lot of politics involved with all of this. I'm just coming to you as I'm a business owner here in Palm Springs. I own a place called Black Book, and I am a product of the California Community College system. I went to Santa Monica College, then to undergrad, and then I went to grad school at UNLV for hospitality management. So I fully understand schooling and where things are at. And you've heard from a lot of people talking about what's important for the economy, what can be helpful for our lack of talent down here. My thing is that it's about the students, and I think if you guys go for something that is halfway done, isn't something where they can fully learn and grow from, it's going to cheat them. And I believe strongly that that's what we need down here. I have plenty of staff members who are asking for more education, and they're looking at the COD program over in Palm Desert. And so every day we have people who are eager to learn. If you guys are doing this, it needs to be done to the best of your ability to make it right for these students. That's where I come from. When it came to schooling for me, I learned so much, but I also had access to the real world and the ability to work with businesses and get hired through my schooling. And what we don't have down here is a great system by which our number one industry, hospitality, is being served the way it should be. So that's just my 2 cents. I'm hoping this is helpful, and thank you.
Thank you. And next?
Up next, we have Shannon Anderson. And Shannon, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Perfect. My name is Shannon Anderson, and I'm the general manager of Hilton Palm Springs. As a resident of the Coachella Valley since 1991 and also current resident of Desert Hot Springs, I'm here to express the need for building the West Valley COD campus. In fact, this campus is long overdue. For decades, COD leadership has been promising a state-of-the-art campus in Palm Springs. Voters approved nearly $1 billion in bonds to fund the campus, and taxpayers have been paying for these bonds for years. It's way past time for the needed action. I ask that you build the Palm Springs COD campus at Tackwitz and Farrell that was designed and approved years ago. Most of the design work has already been done. There's no more excuses. It's really time for action. When voters were asked to pass this bond, we were asked to invest in the future of our valley and its residents, which we did. The scaled and stripped down version of the campus that is now being presented certainly does not represent the investment in the future that is capable with the money that we have given you. I ask that you honor the original commitment and vote now to proceed with the Palm Springs Campus Plan A. I thank you so much for your time.
thank you very much. And next?
Yes, it looks like we have about 5 more. And up next, we have Aftab Dada. And Aftab, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning, Board of Trustees of the College of the Desert. My name is Aftab Dada. As president of the Palm Springs Hospitality and Restaurant Association, I'm expressing the unanimous voice of the 195 paid members of the organization, urging the COD trustees to proceed with the original plans of the West Valley campus. Hospitality is the Coachella Valley's leading industry, leading employer, and leading taxpayer. COD has a great opportunity to take advantage of the Coachella Valley's international reputation as a hospitality industry leader and the strong, unfilled demand for good-paying career positions in the hospitality field. The West Valley Plan included a COD hospitality program, which is a great step to answer the needs and demands of our region's leading industry. The original plan has been approved and voters approved $1 billion in bond funding. My hotel alone, since 2004, have paid over $200,000 in taxes to pay for the bonds issued for the Palm Springs campus. Please get the work done. Approve the original campus plan A. Our industry needs it. We have been promised it, and Coachella Valley students demand it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next.
Thank you. Up next, we have Ed Moreno. And Ed, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning, board. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Good morning. My name is Ed Moreno. I'm the resort manager here at Omni Rancho Las Palmas and Rancho Mirage, current resident of La Quinta, California. And I'm here in support of the original state-of-the-art hospitality campus. As a community college graduate myself from American River College in Northern California, I fully understand the importance of vocational education and how important the community education is. I was also recently honored to attend Cornell General Manager Program in Ithaca, New York, fully sponsored by our company, which shows that the industry really values education and furthering education, and we don't shy away from investing in such. So Palm Springs in the greater area is one of the top resort towns in America, if not the world. Having a true hospitality learning campus here makes sense for us just as residents, as well as us as hospitality professionals. As you know, labor's been tough the last few years, and finding skilled labor has been a struggle. We unfortunately, for the first time ever this year, participating in the H-2B visa program. We actually have 28 workers coming in later this month that we're housing on property just to assist us getting through the season. So having a strong talent pool locally in one of the largest resort towns in America would only benefit the greater area. So I thank you for your time, and thank you very much.
thank you. And next.
Up next, we have Michael Braun. And Michael, you should see the option to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Michael Braun. I'm president of Grid Development. We own about 1 million square feet of shopping centers, multifamily units, as well as the Rowan Hotel in downtown Palm Springs. I just want to talk about education a little bit. COVID changed so many aspects of our lives and our communities. COVID also changed the way we interact and the way we conduct business. It also changed how we learn today. To be relevant, our modern educational institutions must meet the demands, constraints, and opportunities with how we learn today. College of the Desert and its students are no exceptions, and they understand that. COD is no longer simply a facility for the traditional student who is graduating from high school and attending college. COD needs to provide opportunities for the adult learner who is using this campus to upskill, reskill, and develop skills for a changing career path that is impacted by technology advances and disruptions. It is a campus where industries come together and train a workforce, where incubation happens in the accelerating building and places where the students, global and local, come to develop skills that enrich them and benefit their employers as well. In a post-COVID world, hybrid modeling matters. It's just as true as in designing retail rental space as it is designing a college campus. Adaptable space is key. Spaces need to become multifaceted, transitional, and efficient. Trends tell us that healthcare, hospitality, digital media, arts, and sustainability are the fields where we will find the greatest demand for skilled employees and opportunities for fulfilling employment. Our goal should be building a West Valley campus that addresses these demands and opportunities. COD's original plan for the West Valley campus does just that. The time for a feasibility study, new budget reallocations, and even more spending on things that don't translate in teaching students is over. The original West Valley campus plan worked. It is functional and it is relevant for today's education and students, and it is adaptable to meet future changes when necessary. The plans already have been approved. The voters have approved the funding. All you need to do now is finish it and build it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And next,
Thank you. Yes, it looks like we have about 4 more on Zoom. Up next, we have David Feltman. And David, you should be able to unmute yourself.
welcome, David.
Good morning. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm David Feltman. I'm a full-time resident of Palm Springs and a voter. And I've worked in politics and government for a long time, most of my career. And one of the things that concerns me most is that the bond multiple measures were put in front of voters. They were asked to make a commitment to pay for these bonds and the cost of the bonds. And that was for a purpose. And the purpose was to build a substantial campus to support the leading industry in our valley, which is hospitality. I think this was a solemn commitment made by the voters and by those who voted to put the measures on the ballot. That's one point. My second point is about upward economic mobility. We all know that upward economic mobility depends on education. We have many people in this valley whose future is dependent upon the ability to rise up in management positions for which they need specific training that this campus was designed to provide. I urge you to remain or to commit to Plan A, which is a substantial commitment to the kinds of education, the breadth and depth of education that our community needs. Thank you.
Thank you. And next,
Thank you. Up next, we have Tom S. And Tom, you should see the option to unmute yourself.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tom Scarmelino. I'm the general manager of the Westin Rancho Mirage, and I also serve in capacity as the Marriott Business Council Chair, which comprises of all the Marriott owned and franchised hotels in the Valley, which is a considerable number of properties. This destination, our workforce, is right now very limited into what we can handle. We have 16 employees currently at my hotel working on J1 visas, taking up guest rooms. Therefore, our ability to pay occupancy taxes on those guest rooms is no longer available. The destination, with the good work of all the 9 cities in our Visit Greater Palm Springs CVB, is really, really at peak right now. We're doing tremendous amount of business. We're appealing to an international audience, and the need to approve and vote to proceed with Plan A of the campus is definitely needed. I grew up in a small town outside of New York City where the Culinary Institute of America was. And when that campus was created, it grew all the restaurants and the hospitality in the region. We know, and you can see this all over the country, where there's a connection to a great culinary school, everything prospers from it. The talent in every local markets, the entrepreneurial spirit of people building their own businesses grows substantially. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get this done. You've heard from numerous speakers. Please approve Plan A. The support is there from the industry. All the area market GMs will be there to support the college and support the kids going to school. You'll have our support. Please move forward. Thank you.
thank you very much. And next,
Thank you. Up next, we have Bruce Hoban. And Bruce, you should see the option to unmute yourself.
Good morning to the Board of Trustees. This is Bruce Hoban. I'm a resident of Palm Springs. November 17th, 2021. A morning we were all looking forward to at a gathering to hear from the president of the college on an update for the Palm Springs campus. Instead of hearing good news, what we heard was things being done improperly, having to go rework things again, and it was very dismaying. Since then, many of those allegations turned out not to be true. And what we have watched since in the post 15 months is, instead of pushing through the original Plan A that was on a course to be done. Everything got thrown off the rails. And we ended up with an entirely new plan, not as optimal nor as adaptable as the original plan. So in 15 months, unfortunately, we have lost the time we needed to continue on Plan A. I have heard no justification anywhere for what was wrong with Plan A. Yes, there was a discussion and studies done about the learning hotel. I think a large majority of the community believes that the learning hotel is not ready for prime time at this moment, but that was no reason to change the plan so drastically that it already had vast amounts of community input. Everyone was excited. And instead, we've been on a rush job to be limited in what we can review on Plan B. And many of us are not happy with what's in it. It is rigid. It is not flexible in terms of how classrooms can be readapted or reused. It is more like a very good high school. I urge you to please look at Plan A closely, continue on that path, which had tremendous amounts of input from the community and one of the best darn consultants in hospitality in California, Doug Watson, who was subsequently relieved of his duties. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there more?
There are a couple more. Up next, the name I show here is N. Mers. And you should see the option to unmute yourself.
Good morning. Could you hear me?
Yes,
My name is Nusrat Mirza. I'm the general manager at JW Marriott Desert Springs Resort and Spa. As you can see, this is the largest resort in the valley. And I have been with Marriott International for about 45 years and traveled all over the world, different places, coming to this most beautiful part of the California called Coachella Valley and Palm Desert. As you can imagine, our industry is exciting. We create opportunities. We guide young people. They come and work in our resorts, in our hotels, and the restaurants many of my colleagues talked about earlier, is once they like to work at front as servers, as bussing tables. That's how I started my career, bussing tables, while I was getting education. And I was lucky enough to go to college, finish my education, and what I do today. I think our valley needs that badly. What's happening today is we are bringing people from outside because we don't have our own homegrown talent. We are trying very, very hard to train people and provide them some fundamentals of hospitality. The College of the Desert, the Plan A that we have been talking about, was so fundamental for this valley. We want to grow our own talent. What's happening today is young men and women in high school, if they want to proceed in hospitality, they leave our valley. They go elsewhere, they never come back. That's one point. Second point is these are high-paid jobs for these young men and women in future. How great would it be one day we say a GM of this resort, somebody who went to College of the Desert right here. How great would that be? How great would that be? My director of sales and marketing came right from the valley, schooling and education. For all these reasons, I really, really ask you all to work towards completing this project as it was planned. People have put a lot of energies and efforts towards it. And we are supporting it because we are going to be one of the best destinations, the best talent in hospitality in the world, as the destination is. So I want to thank you again for the time today. Appreciate all the hard work you do, but please, please make this happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And is there more?
Yes, looks like the last one on Zoom is Neftali Galarza. And Neftali, you should see the option to unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. Neftali Galarza, council member Mayor Pro Tem for the city of Coachella. I called today to express my concerns regarding Plan A, more so because we don't really see the Plan A. Plan A is not in the picture because Desert, under the leadership of at the time President Joe Kinnaman, decided to spend an additional $22 million in purchasing the Palm Springs Mall instead of building it in the land that had been donated by the city in a community that would have been a more equitable decision to have built in the original Plan A. Today, we're looking at Plan B and Plan C. I think that the new leadership has done a good job in auditing and looking at the cost of Plan A, and how what we learned in a couple meetings ago was that the plan B that we're seeing, or Plan A as you're calling it, is a campus that is too large and non-existent in California community colleges, where you start with a campus that large, whereas the new proposed project, you're starting a campus at a reasonable rate, how traditional campuses start and eventually grow out. I think that approach is a lot more suitable. Another thing regarding the Measures TC, in Measures TC, you list several different campuses, including a East Valley campus and a West Valley campus. The Plan A, or Plan, as I call it, Plan B, is not listed as all of you are identifying it in the measure that we voted to approve. It is listed there as a campus, but to the extent that it needs to be deserving as you all wish it, that's not the case. East Valley campus, for instance, was built in land that was donated, and investment to that community has prolonged for way too long. We have not seen expansion there. We have not seen modernization of there, and that's also included in the bond. I appreciate the looking into this, but even regardless of whatever plan COD decides to vote on, we're still going to see a lack of equitable investment in the East Valley, and that's just unfair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Yes, so it looks like we have one more on Zoom, and that is Christy Holstead. And Christy, you should see the option to unmute yourself.
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Christy Holstead, council member for the city of Palm Springs. The proposed project in the COD land is in my council district. I represent residents who live directly across and surrounding that area. And I appreciate the city attorney calling in and sharing his perspective of the council. I just also wanted to share my perspective as a council member too. We support equitable investment in the Coachella Valley for COD facilities. We've supported expansion in Indio and significant investment there, which are moving forward. We've supported expansion for West Valley Cathedral City campus and Mecca and Thermal as well. This project, I appreciate you looking at it. I think right now it's a failure of imagination and leadership in the way that the prior board majority sliced this project down. Extremely concerned about leaving half of the property vacant. And by the way, to the last caller's comments, the city actually did donate land to COD for a project. So really that's not fair. We didn't choose where COD used eminent domain, but we very much our students, not just of Palm Springs, Desert Hot Springs, Cathedral City, Banning, Beaumont, Hyde Desert, all deserve access to COD facilities in future jobs. And that's what we see is our people working low wage jobs and other businesses, local businesses having to hire out of the valley and bring people in and then not being able to retain those workers. So this is an equity issue, investing in the low wage workers of our community, many of whom work in Palm Springs, but live all over the valley. And we need to make sure that those people have access to good paying careers like chefs and managers and all of the other industries that our valley provides. So I just thank the board leadership for looking at this and really press you to use some expansive and creative thinking here. Our students deserve the best right across from our campus for our high school. By the way, 9 out of 10 students in Palm Springs Unified are on free or reduced lunch. So the board knows a lot of the poverty metrics, which are just, just as important for Desert Hot Springs, Cathedral City, Palm Springs. Most of our students are growing up in poverty and need access to COD facilities. So I ask that you think about not leaving that portion of the property vacant, or you think creatively about ways that you could work with the cultural center right there, the high school, the city, housing providers, etc. The world's our oyster here, and really building a campus that our students truly deserve, that will create an equitable Coachella Valley for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And next.
Thank you. So that was our last speaker on Zoom, and we do have one individual who would wish to speak here in person today, and that is Lynn O'Neill.
Lynn?
And Lynn, when you come up, just please make sure the red light on the microphone is on. That will mean you are live.
If you press the little button there, you're live. Technology. Good morning. We meet
Hmm.
again. My name is Lynn O'Neill. I live in Thousand Palms. Although I'm a retired attorney, I don't speak today to any legal conclusions. I'm going to ask some questions of this board, particularly those that served in the last configuration of the board, that I've asked before. When I asked before, the response, not in this chamber, was to sort of hurl all of this hate talk and names, insults to me, the impact of which was to make me think that all of this high emotionalism and victimhood was a distraction from what's really going on here. So it compelled me to do extensive public record searches, which is what's in my background. Let's have some clarity of thought. Oh, in terms of the censor, that's governed by the Code of Conduct. It's a nice document, but frankly, it reads like the Boy Scout Code compared to your obligations to manage over $500 million in public money that are imposed on you by the government. It's a lot more complex. So you'll do what you're going to do on the censor. I want to talk about the money, because as I said last time, this is not white or brown, this is green. So let's have some clarity of thought about what this bond money is. It's very nice to talk about education, it's very lofty, but in the real world, as a practical matter, this fund is for the construction industry, a colorful industry if there ever was one, and for real property owners who are either going to be bought out, built out, or abut COD properties. When you have over $500 million on the table in construction and real estate money, the line is around the block for who wants a piece of the pie. So my questions today are, who jumped the line for money that was intended for the desert? Who jumped the line? Who allowed them to jump the line? And if they jumped the line, did you disclose it? And if you didn't, why didn't you disclose it? At the time that you were in charge of the board, young man, you had an attorney here advising you, who was also the city attorney for Coachella, who was also the brother-in-law of the former mayor of Coachella. And although he left office under particularly adverse circumstances, the former mayor retained exorbitant influence in construction, in real estate, and in politics. How many up there on this DS? And how many politicians out in Coachella were supported by the former mayor? Did the former mayor jump the line at a time that no one else was having an opportunity to have information and impose on this board certain demands about his property or his contracts or whatever else involving money? Did that happen? If it happened, did you disclose it? If you didn't, why didn't you? Anybody here have any relatives that had walkthroughs on their property that abut COD properties? Anybody here jump the line? Anybody have a relative that jumped the line? If they did you disclose it? If you didn't, why not? In terms of your present mayor, he has two interesting things to me. One, the role he took in leading the walkthroughs for his political friends for COD properties at a time that you were not disclosing it. And the two pieces of I did a lot of property records searches, but the two that interest me are the two that the mayor bought in an LLC with two other fellows that have zero credit. He bought two pieces of property less than 300 feet from the firehouse. Anyone that knows anything about real estate knows you don't buy by a firehouse. Your properties tank, they depreciate, there's noise, there's chaos, there's sirens. And yet, this little LLC was able to buy a one-bedroom property, 676 square feet, built in 1930, that last sold for $75,000. They bought it for $435,000 in a hard money loan. You know what that is? That's a high-interest loan for people who flip properties.
Excuse me, your time is up, but I'll have to ask the board if they want you to allow extra time.
Get up and talk and give me your time.
Do you want to
Ask to
extend the
talk and
time?
exceed your time.
I'd like to give some of my time to extend.
I've been able to do that in every venue in this
All right.
desert. I think this is important information for the public to know, don't you? Because you didn't feel that it was appropriate for them to know, and I do. He bought two pieces of property. The 1930 piece, he then refinanced it and bumped it up to $527,000. He bought another piece for $435,000 with people with no credit, which gave them a cumulative purchase price of $962,000. Now, this is right across from the firehouse. There was scuttlebutt in town because when you have young people typing on social media and talking in bars in town, they can't help but brag. So there was a lot of scuttlebutt that these properties were going to be where you were going to buy an entire block. And unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, the week of the refinance under these hard money, high interest loans, the story broke that Palm Springs was suing you. So now you got a judge and a couple of lawyers looking at you. So things went quiet. I don't know what's going to happen with that property, but I do know it's less than 1,000 feet to other projects with the COD, which triggers the mandatory disclosure provisions of the California Fair Practice Act. Are you all aware of that? Do you have no awareness of what your fiduciary duties are with respect to public money? Do you have no awareness of the optic problem that you have on top of all of this? I don't have enough time to go through the records. You voted yourself raises when you came out of power and extended your contract and gave you a golden parachute. While students are struggling, the school is struggling, everyone's struggling. It looked like a temper tantrum. So, you know, folks, what can I tell you? You can do anything in this world if you disclose. Anything. But you chose not to disclose. Why? Either you didn't think it was anyone's business what you were doing with public money, or you knew it had the appearance of impropriety, or you live in a bubble so much you just thought no one would notice. And frankly, I didn't notice either until certain members in Coachella started posting crazy talk online. And it made me think, what is going on out there? You drew this, you brought this on yourselves. You brought the spotlight on yourselves. So I'm glad to hear everyone talk all this nice talk today. You should do this, you should that. What you should do is honor your obligations as the stewards of public money. It is not a private piggy bank. I hope that you do disclose, but frankly, I don't have any expectation that you will, and here's why. You haven't settled the suit with Palm Springs. You're still delaying. Oh, we'll get to the records. We're so overwhelmed. We're understaffed. As if any judge and lawyer hasn't heard those excuses from the law firms of delay, linger, and wait since the beginning of time. I think you're going to dig your heels in and blame, say, but the prior administration. You own a lot of this. You own it. If I were you, I would read every email. I would read every note that I ever took on any meeting involving Coachella. I would rewind in my mind every conversation that I ever had about Coachella money. I had the benefit of having a really great dad.
Excuse me.
Right.
Time is up.
He taught us Never put it in writing. He was a great lawyer. Because it's going to end up on the front page of the paper or an exhibit in a document.
Thank
You
you.
read all your stuff
time is
and
up.
see what that looks like. Thank you. Do the right thing.
Is there one more?
Yes, it looks like we do have somebody else via Zoom, and that is Heather Banesh. And Heather, you should see the option to unmute yourself now.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
I just want to say, as an educator who's been teaching at COD since 2007, that the issues of equity between East and West Valley are a little bit convoluted. East Valley students deserve great education, and we are creating an East Valley campus to suit the East Valley needs of specific disciplines. But any student who wants to go into hospitality or management, they also deserve a cutting edge campus, and that will be located in West Valley. And the students that I interact with, they want the best we've got. They want a chance to excel and exceed and become the managers and the runners of these local industries, just like anyone else. We're not going to have 2 hospitality campuses. That's ridiculous. But we're going to have a cutting edge ECE, early childhood development campus in Indio, which serves all of the Valley's students, West and East. And we're going to have, hopefully, a cutting edge hospitality campus in Palm Springs that will serve all of our Valley's students from Mecca Thermal, Brawley, and Anza, all the way to Joshua Tree, 29 Palms, and Banning. I have students that are driving from Banning to Indio to take in-person classes. So when I hear conversations about East Valley not having equity, my West Valley students don't have equity either. They're driving from Desert Hot Springs to take a Myth and Legends class on Tuesday nights in Indio because that's the only place it's offered. So I just want to put some perspective there. Every student deserves great campuses, and they are willing to drive to where that education is going to be held. And if each campus has its specific focuses and can make it the very best we've got, everybody is willing to drive to get the education they deserve. We can't have half of nothing. We need all of everything. And if that means that Indio is the East Valley Mecca for ECE, and Palm Springs is the West Valley Mecca for hospitality, students will appreciate that commitment to greatness instead of a half-baked, not complete campus. So I also encourage us to listen to the industry experts and give students what they deserve and need. Thank you.
Thank you. And
That is the last public speaker for today.
that is the last public comments. I want to thank everyone for your public comments today. However, we are limited time-wise, and we do listen, and I do take notes, as do my fellow trustees. And thank you for coming today and sharing your opinions and expertise. Let's see. Public updates. 4.01 Proclamation National Athletic Training Month. At this time, I'd like to invite Valerie Calderon, adjunct faculty and athletic trainer, to introduce our student reader. Welcome, Valerie.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I would like to introduce Tejana Hartwell. She will read the proclamation for National Athletic Training Month. Tejana is a former student intern who has given many hours of her free time to help sports medicine staff, student athletes, and her peers succeed. Tejana will be receiving her sports medicine AS degree in fall of 2023, and we are honored to have Tejana Hartwell read the proclamation for National Athletic Training Month.
Tejana?
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
So, National Athletic Training Month. Whereas athletic trainers have a long history of providing quality health care for athletes and those engaged in physical activity based on specific tasks, knowledge, and skills acquired through their nationally regulated educational processes. And whereas athletic trainers provide prevention of injuries, recognition, evaluation, and aggressive treatment, rehabilitation, healthcare administration, education and guidance, compassionate care for all. And whereas the National Athletic Trainers Association represents and supports 44,000 members of the athletic training profession employed in the following settings: professional sports, colleges and universities, high schools, clinics and hospitals, corporate and industrial settings, performing arts, military branches, and whereas leading organizations concerned with athletic training and healthcare have joined together in a common desire to raise public awareness of the importance of the athletic training profession and to emphasize the importance of quality healthcare within the aforementioned settings. And whereas such an effort will improve healthcare for athletes and those engaged in physical activity and provide athletic trainers as health professionals. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District at its board meeting of February 16th, 2023, designate the month of March 2023 as National Athletic Training Month. The Board of Trustees urge everyone to learn more about the importance of athletic training. Be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees encourages the observance of National Athletic Training Month throughout the entire community college district. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tahana and Valerie. And now we're to 4.02, the proclamation on Women's History Month. At this time, I'd like to invite Patricia Reyes, Administrative Services Assistant, to read the proclamation. Welcome, Patricia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. My name is Patricia Reyes, and it's been my pleasure to work at College of the Desert for 27 years, since as of February 5th. Technically, I started on February 3rd because I started with Trio Upward Bound Saturday Academy. Most recently, I've been working at Fiscal Services since 2008 as Admin Services Assistant and Employee Transportation Coordinator. I am a COD alumni. I was an advisor for the Latina Leadership Club on campus, a member of SEED, which stands for Seeking Educational Equity and Diversity, and also a member of the Diversity Council. So I am here to read the proclamation for Women's History Month and to invite you to an event on campus for such said month. I will read the proclamation first and then announce the event. Women's History Month. Whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways, whereas American women have played and continue to play a critical economic, cultural, and social role in every sphere of the life of the nation by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home, whereas American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the nation, whereas American women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our nation, whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement, whereas American women have served our country courageously in the military, and whereas American women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which create a more fair and just society for all. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District at its board meeting of February 16, 2023, designates March 2023 as Women's History Month. Be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees encourages observance of Women's History Month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. And on that note, I would like to invite you to a performance by performance artist Maria Elena Ramirez, which she proudly will present Chicana, Her Story. You've heard history, now hear hers. Maria has created a multimedia presentation of oral history, including teatro, which means theater in Spanish, music, rap, and storytelling. She presents a feminine perspective on what has transpired over these last 500 plus years since 1492, when Columbus invaded the Americas. Before Columbus, over 70% of the indigenous nations were peaceful and matriarchal. The invasion of 1492 ushered in genocide, disruption of native values, patriarchy, and a legacy of violence against women and children that haunt us to this day. It is a time to honor our foremothers and forefathers' great teachings. It is prophesied that in this current year of what the Aztecs call El Sexto Sol, which means the sixth sun, female power and harmony will reemerge. And so this presentation will be March 21st at the Pollock, 11:30, and everybody is invited. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Thank you. And thank you, Patricia. Moving on, we're up to the minutes. 5.01, approval of January 20th, 2023 regular meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of January 20th, 2023? If there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand approved as presented. And at this time, we're going to move into the Palm Springs Development Project Schematic Design Presentation. 6.01, Palm Springs Development Project Schematic Design Presentation. I'd like to invite Brian Shiles, is that correct? The founding partner of WRNS Studios, and Robert Rosher and Mac McGinnis of MAAS Company to present this item. Please proceed.
Has Trustee John joined us? I know.
Yes,
Yes,
Trustee
okay.
John, by the way, has joined us.
We ready?
Yes.
Okay. Board Chair, other board members, President Garcia. We're here today to talk about the Palm Springs Development Project and to present to you the 60% schematic design. I'm Mac McGinnis, the Bond Program Manager here at College of the Desert, and I have Robert Rauscher here with me, who is Associate Program Manager, who has been managing this Palm Springs Development Project from the beginning. And with us, we have the architectural firms and design professionals who we've been working with to develop the schematic design. So, Robert?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I want to make sure we clarify. We have both the latest version of the schematic design and the previous version. So,
yes.
Thank you.
Correct. So we'll have two presentations back to back and questions and answers as appropriate. Thank you, everyone, for turning out this morning. I'd like to introduce three architects to you this morning. The first will actually be presenting the information to us. His name is Brian Shiles, FAIA. He is a founding partner of WRNS Studios, and let's say he's the creative mastermind behind what we're going to see today. Mitch Fine, also of the AIA, is a partner of WRNS Studios. He is the day-to-day project manager representing the entire design team who's been working on this project. And then finally, Jean Gath, AIA, is a co-managing principal of Pfeiffer Partners. She is the advising architect for this project, and her involvement with what we affectionately call PSDP goes all the way back to the master plan. So Brian will join us on Zoom and make the presentations. Mitch and Jean will be available to answer questions if necessary, but otherwise we'll wait in the wings. We can go ahead and bring Brian in when we're ready. Okay.
I believe I'm here.
Great. Good to hear your voice, sir. Just by way of a brief introduction, the first scheme that we're going to see, we've come to call it Scheme 2.0. It is the 100% schematic design for the current project at the Palm Springs Mall property. This is the culmination of 6 months of schematic design work that in turn builds on 3 years of previous programming and planning efforts specific to that mall site. During the course of schematic design, we worked with an advisory group consisting of 11 members of the community appointed by the Board of Trustees and over 30 members of the college's faculty and staff team who comprised our stakeholders group. The current project budget is $290 million, and the current cost estimates show that we are within a few percentage points of our target goals at the moment. And with that information, we'll turn things over to Brian.
Thanks, Robert. Thanks, Mac. I believe, Robert, you're going to start the slide presentation. Hope.
It should be, well, it was showing a moment ago. So we'll wait a second and see if that's going to come up.
I just see my ugly mug, and that's not that great.
All right, Armando, do we have that deck ready? Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Palm Springs Development Project. It's right there.
Yeah, we're ready. Okay, go ahead, Brian.
Okay, I'm still not seeing the deck, but okay. Okay, I'm just gonna wing it here because I can't see the deck. So I'm gonna get started, and Armando, I'll just say next when we're ready to go. All right, so as Robert said, and again, thanks, Robert, this is a 100% schematic design set. And if it pleases the group there, I'm going to go through this in fairly quick fashion and keep it somewhat factual because it sure seems like most in attendance are quite familiar with the material. So you can slow me down at any time, but I am going to move through this fairly quickly because there are quite a few slides to get through. I see now. Robert says none of us can see the deck, only my face. Shall I continue, Robert?
Give us just a second, Brian. We're trying.
All right, just let me know. Give me a high sign.
Okay, Brian, that's the full space program, phase 1.
Okay, there we go. Great, let's just jump right to that then. All right, let's go through what's in the current program, or the program for this particular project. You'll see two columns there, assignable square feet and gross square feet. That just means the assignable is the actual program space. The gross square feet includes circulation, wall thicknesses, and such. So that's the clarification for those two columns. And I'm going to hit some highlights here, some things that are new. Student Commons, you see in there for 10,000 square feet. That number is large because it includes an event space for 200 folks set up in a variety of venue types. Student Services, the next column down, also includes student health, which I don't believe we had in the previous project. Student academic support, pretty big number there. That includes the large computer lab, which is really seen as being the hub of the campus. The instructional flex space is exactly what it sounds like. Multi-departmental or interdepartmental, very flexible education space. PACE is still there. Architecture, pretty big chunk there, is new from the previous scheme. Media arts is about the same. And by the way, my recollection of exact numbers is not wonderful. So I'm not going to have that at the ready, but media arts is still there. Culinary management is still there, minus its dedicated dining area. It is, however, very closely related to student commons. Hospitality management is there. And then the miscellaneous faculty and staff offices, admin and support. And of course, central utility plant and maintenance and operations. So that's a round out of the program. Let's go to sustainability strategy quickly. What's new here in sustainability strategies is the campus going all electric. That was a decision that was made a few months ago, except of course for culinary, which needs gas for their educational purposes. And then otherwise a pretty ambitious sustainability suite of goals there. Let's go to guiding principles. We included the guiding principles that are quite old. This is one thing that supersedes any of the schemes. It was the first thing we saw that came from the district, and these principles continue to guide our design. Let's go to site plan organization. Lots of
Second, Brian.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, we need to catch up with you.
Oh, sorry about that.
Let's go next. Okay, that's concept overview, guiding principles, site plan, organization.
Yep, let's go to site plan organization.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry if I'm moving too fast. You can slow me down or whatever.
No, we just need to catch up, that's all.
Gotcha. Let's go to site
slide,
plan.
please.
Next slide. There we go. Thank you. All right, lots has been said about this already, but let's talk about why the pieces of parts are where they are. The accelerator building really is the main educational building, which houses all of the program pieces I just enumerated. That is at the corner of Baristo and Verrill. And there you go, future development up at the northern corner. And we'll see in the next presentation that the central plant used to be down to the south, and we have now moved it in this plan to the center of the campus, hence central plant, for sure utility runs in the future. All the parking in this scheme is surface parking to the west of the educational building. Let's go to the next slide, please. Some things remain the same from the previous scheme. The site, the spectacular site, and of course the views to the mountains have guided a lot of how this project is organized. Let's go to the next one. Access is very similar to the last scheme, with the main entrance being off of Farrell, with a view to the mountains, an automobile entrance to the south off of Baristo, and an automobile entrance off of Tockwitz, up where there is a signalized intersection now. The main building has two entries, one from a courtyard, which we'll be talking a fair amount about, and the other from the southern corner of Baristo. Both of those entries lead to the same sort of orienting and welcoming space in the building. Let's go next. The building is in a way, a very simple concept of a learning oasis. So you'll see that all of the educational spaces, the circulation, the main experiences of the building are wrapped around a courtyard. Next, which in turn has community connections, both physical and programmatic, from a food bank, to an event space, to the tech lab being a kind of beacon for the campus and for the project. Next. And embracing the mountains is something that is essential to the scheme. All right, let's go to next. All right, site design development. Next scheme, thank you. So just a little bit more detail there about how the site is organized. You see number one there, that's the main educational building, which has been called the accelerator for a while. Number two is the mobility hub, a main point of arrival and vehicular circulation for the campus. And then the M&O and service yard and central utility plant are 3, 4, and 5 up in the central part of the site. Let's go to next, building development and the first plan. So simply put, the educational spaces wrap around this campus oasis or courtyard, which again has the sort of emphasis and orientation to the mountain. It's a 2-story building, and we're looking at the ground floor here. And sort of roughly speaking, going from south to north, would say, the blue bit down near Baristo, that is digital media. And then the computer lab you see off to the right there, which is a strong corner anchor for Baristo and Farrell. Moving north, you see retail and cafe. Now, all those spaces can sort of embrace, or let's say flank, the welcoming kind of main lobby of the space that you can get to, of the building, which you can get to either from the south from Baristo or through the campus oasis. Hello. Should I pause here? Something looks to be going a little bit funny with the other screen. Are we okay?
Go ahead and keep going.
Okay. And moving north then from retail and cafe, you see the maker space and wood shop. Those are spaces that are close to the loading, which is just to the right there. And then the whole sort of northern wing is culinary, hospitality, training, as well as some event spaces. The demo theater, which is closely related to...
Excuse me, wait a minute. Can we go back to accelerator level 1 for the picture so that we're,
Yes.
getting the same thing as what he's talking about, please?
Thank you. I was looking away. Thank you.
Sorry.
So that northern wing is culinary. The dark orange there is culinary. Just to the right of that is hospitality, hospitality training. You see the demo theater, which is closely related to the culinary, opens to the courtyard of the campus oasis, and backs up into the kitchens of culinary. The flat floor studio, hospitality event space, and demo theater are seen as being a kind of events hub, let's say, at this part of the campus, all with a really great orientation both to the campus oasis as well as the mountains. Let's go to the second floor. The second floor, all the yellow bits you see are the flexible classrooms, and there are some in the south and a big hub of them in the north. You can see the sort of peach color there is the architecture studios. That's a fairly large part of the program there that you see. And then on the southern wing in the blue, there's administration and faculty and staff. These two floors are joined by a large gracious theater type stair, which is between the computer lab and architecture. You can see that there. Campus support, let's go to the next one, please. Campus support M&O, very simple concept there. You see the central plant to the right, and it along with the M&O and campus security flank a service yard. We thought, let's go to next. We're gonna go through these pretty quickly. Other things that remain between the two schemes one is inspiration. So this is just a few slides about the inspiration for the architecture. Of course, the view to the mountains next. Hard geometric lines against the spectacular landscape of the Coachella Valley and the line of the mountains. Next, volumes connected to landscape, simple volumes, dynamic volumes connected to landscape through materiality is still important to us. Next, this site is situated in a semi-urban context, so how we deal with streets and street edges is important. Next. And making active social gathering spaces is also still a very important thing. A couple of slides next that have to do with materiality. Again, some of these are quite consistent. You'll see something very similar in the presentation of the previous scheme. So things that can tie to the landscape and provide texture and sort of depth and tactile nature are important to us. Next. Shading devices are of course going to be very important in the valley. Next, some metal panel for areas of the buildings that want to be light is still in the cards. Next, and large areas of glazing to connect to the views and to the landscape, but with environmental protection is going to be key as well. Next. One of the things we're looking at to sort of move mid-century modern architecture, the influence of it into the next century and into the future is looking at taking the post and beam construction that was common in mid-century modern, and looking at deploying that through a mass timber system. We're now going to quickly sort of tour around the current design. We're just going to go, that's good right there for a second. We have our backs to the high school here, so we're sort of standing in the middle of Baristo, trying to not get run over. The piece you see to the left is a shading device for the mobility hub, and then the building to the south presents as a large shaded porch for entry. Let's go to next. The space which I mentioned earlier, which is the large welcoming space that you get to either from the south where we just were, or from the courtyard, that is this space. The stair, the theater type stair that I mentioned earlier, connecting the two floors, is what you see in this view. Let's go to next. We're now sliding east. We're at the corner of Baristo and Farrell. And you're seeing the large piece to the fore is the double height tech lab. And there's a sun shading device that you see over that lab, which is comes from a inspiration from the palm tree bark. And we could get into that in a little more detail, but that's what you're seeing there. Next. We're now inside that computer lab, looking back to the entry. We're looking west in this, and you can see that as a double height space. Next. Moving around now, we have our backs to Farrell. You still see the computer lab there and the large sort of window eye to the public. There is the second floor, and those are the architecture labs. Next. Night view of the same. We've now moved north, so we're at the main central entry in Farrell. And again, you see the architecture studios with their high bay space, sort of looking out to the east. And we see this corner as being a place for color, for signage, for art, to make a real sort of statement about the campus. Next, we're now driving into that central central entry, and of course the mountains are always the focus. Now, next, we're just going to go up a little bit and look at the kind of scale and character of the learning oasis, or the central quad or courtyard. And there you see it. We're looking east, and you see the spaces wrapping around that central quad. Next. And we're now on the second floor. We probably just stepped out of the architectural studios, looking out over the oasis to the view of the mountains. Next. And we see the oasis as being not just a thing to look at or move through, but a place to inhabit. So we're looking at strategies for sun shading and for places to have respite that are sheltered from the elements. So we're trying to make this very much a place to be, not just a place to move through, with educational opportunities inside. And next and last for this scheme, we have our backs now to the event space, stepping out onto, which we see as being dining. We step out onto a terrace, and again, there are the mountains. Okay, so that concludes a quick tour through the current scheme. Should we roll right into the previous scheme and then go to discussion, which I'm sure there will be? Robert, is that what we should
Is
do?
that all right?
We're seeing nodding of heads, yes.
Okay.
So we'll get the second deck queued up.
Okay. So while the second deck is queuing up, as a reminder, this deck represented a 50% schematic design. You'll see in the agenda line item of landscape, which we don't have in this deck because it was not that well developed at this point. And we will go through a similar, there we go. And we'll go through a similar sort of tour of the scheme. All right, so let's go to the next slide, please. To remind everyone, this was conceived as a single phase project and obviously a larger project that spanned from Baristo all the way to Tuckwitz along Farrell. Roughly speaking, the education spaces, the flexible education spaces represented by the accelerator are to the south, number 4. And then hospitality, the events, and culinary are to the north across the main entry. And let's go to next, and we'll get into all that in more detail next. And the scheme was conceived as being a great gathering roof that you saw in the previous slide, with pavilion-like structures gathered underneath it. So it was one large sort of rather grand organizing principle. So in this slide, you can see again the flexible accelerator spaces, number 4 to the south. Number 7 was essentially utility plant, which was seen as being a kind of learning experience and therefore at a more visible location in the scheme. The mobility hub is where it always was. The M&O service yard in this scheme was off to the west, but further south. To the north of the main entry road, you see right there, number 3 is the Culinary Institute. Number 2 is the Events Center. And number 1 was the Learning Hotel. So those 3 pieces clustered into a kind of quad or an area, let's say, and certainly were meant to feed off of each other, no pun intended. This scheme had 2 main service areas and loading areas, one to the south serving the accelerator, and then one to the north shared by Culinary and the Learning Hotel. And this one, the Event Center number 2, actually had its own dedicated service and loading because of the frequency of loading that might have been in that program component. This was also a 2-story scheme. Let's go to the next floor. So this is the second floor of that scheme. There were roof decks on number 2 on top of the event center for events looking out over the mountains. And the part of the hotel was 2 stories as well. Let's go to next. We're now going to look at some overall views of this. We have our backs to the south looking north, looking over Baristo. And you see the large sort of gathering arc of that roof. Let's go to next. Now looking over Farrell, looking west towards the mountains. The event space was a sort of a piece that moved out into the landscape as well as part of the hotel, which we will get to more detail momentarily. Let's go to next. We now are looking south, looking over the hotel villas. The hotel is in 2 pieces. There was the guest house, which is a 2-story guest house with rooms, and then the villas out in the landscape. And we are looking over the event center, amphitheater, and south towards the accelerator. Next, backs to the mountains on this one. You can see the arc of the large gathering roof. Okay, let's go to accelerator plan 1. What I would say about this, let's go to the next floor, the next level. Sorry, next slide, please. So we skipped past 1. There we go. Thank you. The accelerator here was seen as being flexible shell classrooms that were, and that's the same in both schemes. There were just more of them here, but a lot of flexible shell classrooms. The digital and media arts, which is down in the lower right hand in this scheme, is still very particular. They have a lot of very particular kind of rooms, but otherwise most of the spaces were seen as being flexible learning environments. Let's go to next. This was also a 2-story scheme for the accelerator. So you're seeing the double height of the computer lab there, kind of to the left, page left, and then the suites of more flexible learning spaces stretching south to north. The next 3 slides we can go through very quickly. These are just, sort of probably too many iterations of how the flexible learning spaces might be deployed for different modalities of teaching and learning. Let's go now straight to 16, which is the materials. And I would say the same thing about the materials for this scheme as I did for the last scheme. These sorts of materials that can tie the building to the landscape are still important to us. Next, block is a very traditional material in the valley. It's something we're looking at. Next, metal panels like the Luminaire House were part of the previous scheme as well. Let's go to next. And next, some deployment about how some of those materials might be used with heavy materials, contrasting the lighter materials of the metal panel and glass. Let's go to next. This is the main entry. To the right is culinary, and to the left are some of the presentation spaces, event spaces that were part of the accelerator, and we're looking through the entry to the mountains. And one of the things you'll start to notice, perhaps, or remember, in the views you're about to see, is that this scheme was 2 stories, but it was actually also over a plinth. And by plinth, we mean the earth sort of raised up, and there was parking underneath this project. Next. You can see there that the road, the central entry road, was depressed between Farrell and the mountains. So you would come in sort of at grade, get the view of the mountains, go underneath this main passage and arc that goes from south to north. and then rise back up. Next. You can see that there. We're looking sort of northeast here. So the culinary and the hospitality is off to the left. The accelerators to the right. Let's go next. This is a view from the south. A similar sort of organization as the current scheme with a shading device for the mobility hub and a main entry from the south. And next is the corner of Baristo and Farrell. Okay, moving fast. Let's go to, there is no landscape in this. Again, we were 50% schematic, so very little landscape development at this point. So now a quick tour of culinary and events experience. So this sort of quadrant would say that the culinary and events were accessible from the main entry road, which you see at page bottom. There would have been a drop off for the event center. The event center is a high bay space and a two-story space with a mezzanine, the mezzanine sort of being up at the upper level above, at plinth level, let's call it, which is a level of most of the campus. You'll see in an image in a second, there's an amphitheater off to the left. So you can see the close proximity here of culinary with its kitchens lining north to south, culinary dining being up in that the top left corner of culinary along the path. The demo kitchen is the sort of funny shaped piece to the bottom of culinary. You can see these two working together. Next. A little closer look at culinary. Again, you can see the kitchens enumerated there and stretching south to north, dining in the northern part. Let's go to next. This is the event center. This is the lower level, so the main events floor you can see was conceived like an event space would be, is being a flexible space that might have 1,200 people in it at once, or be divided into 4 smaller venues, amphitheater to the west, of course, looking towards the mountains. Next. There's a mezzanine here, breakout rooms, which were up at the plinth level. We saw as being a great place for sort of interaction with culinary or with students generally, so they can work as breakout rooms if there was an event going on there, or education spaces if there was not. And next, up at the upper level of this building, there was an outdoor event space that you got to for an elevator or a pretty grand stair, which dumped out onto the main circulation of the whole campus. And when we look at this section next, you can see the idea of the plinth. So the word that says plaza there is at the plinth level, the upper level, which is the main campus level, and then the event space sort of dropped down towards the mountains. Next. Same, next. Cross section through. So now just a few images around this experience. You can see to the left there is the events, to the right is the culinary, and we are up at plinth level. The main entry road is passing underneath us. Next. An aerial view of that same area. Now, so the Learning Hotel. Learning Hotel, let's stop here, great, thanks. Really has had 2 major pieces. The guest house, which in a sense was a more conventionally organized hotel with guest rooms and dining venues. And then there were the villas off to the west out in the landscape. The entry sequence to get to the hotel here would have been off of Tockwitz. This slide's a little washed out, but there was an entry off of Tockwitz, a winding road that brought you around to the corner of Tockwitz and Farrell. So you would enter where it says guest house right there. You would enter into the lobby looking back towards the mountains. Above the entry there is the dinner restaurant. And below the entry there is primarily service with some meeting rooms. And again, you can see event lawn and pool between the villas and the guest house. Let's go to next. Guest house was a 2-story building. You can see part of it double loaded there, but fairly conventionally organized. On the second floor, there's a rooftop bar looking back, let's say together, back toward the mountains. And the villas are 2-story as well. We had let's go to next. With the plinth being sort of raised, we had the opportunity to service the hotel from the south through a tunnel, right? So that loading off of Farrell that served culinary And the hotel, with the goods would go underneath the lobby and then up to the kitchens. Let's go to next. It's a slightly closer look here of the Learning Hotel. A little clearer here that you come around and enter the building from the east with the drop off there. Lobby is a kind of pass through, a blow through from east out to the west where the pool and event lawn are. And you can see some more detail there of the dinner and breakfast and lunch restaurants. Next, upper floor of the guest house. You can see the rooftop bar there to the west. And let's go to next, villa plans, next. And then I think we can go through the materials pretty quickly because I think we've said a good bit about that and it's consistent for the hotel as well. And we'll go through some views now. Let's go to the view of the Learning Hotel villas. Next, there we go. We have our backs to the mountains looking east here. We're looking over the two-story villas out in the landscape, looking back to the guest house. And next, back to the mountain now, looking east. And we're seeing the restaurants off to the left, the rooftop bar off to the left, obviously the pool and events lawn. Next. This is the entry experience. We have our back here to Farrell. So we've sort of curled around the building from Tockwitz and entering into the lobby that blows through to the west. Next. Closer view of same. And the last slide is just simply key count. So I realized that was quickly done, but I thought that was prudent. And that's the end of the deck.
Thank you, Brian. We're ready for questions and answers.
Chairman Stephen, do you mind?
Questions?
Robert, you were on this project for a couple of years probably, and there was a couple of things that was just presented. One said that this was planned to be built in its entirety. And actually what this was a master plan. And I believe the project management team was looking at phasing the project in with the hotel not being in any of the initial phasing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. This was a conceptual design that we presented to the board in February of 2020, if I remember right. And also we took the Modernism Week as a conceptual design while the project team continued its work to look at what the schematics would be for phase one.
What we just saw is a further development of the schemes that you just mentioned. The one that we presented to Modernism Week was actually based on the original master plan scheme done by Moore, Rubel, Udell, and Pfeiffer Partners. So this that we just saw is then the evolution of what was presented at Modernism.
And I don't think that this would be a question to you. There's none of the business plans or financial analysis that went behind how this campus was going to cash flow itself. Were you?
We were not privy to those.
Okay. Another thing that was mentioned is that the parking was underground. My understanding, the team decided that was cost prohibitive, and so it was eliminated and it was moved to the south side of that parcel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That is correct. I misspoke. My apologies for that. And sorry, just one other clarification. I said one phase. It was conceived as one phase. So sorry, two misspeaks on my part. Apologies.
Yeah, I just wanted to put that out there because it makes a very different discussion when you're talking about phasing. And then when you look at the one being proposed today, it doesn't really show a master plan for the site. It shows a phase, I guess, for the site, but it does beg the question because there are some things that aren't there that have been in the plan since 2007 that every board has approved since then, which included the digital and media arts and the allied health. I didn't see those. Maybe I overlooked them when I was going through the materials, but the one being presented now, I didn't see. And I was wondering if you could speak to that, Mac.
Sure. In the current scheme, digital media is still a major program element. It has been somewhat downsized in keeping with the overall theme of the Phase 1 effort. The healthcare element has really transformed from a healthcare education and class facility to really student health services. And so that's shifted.
I'm sorry, Ms. President, I'm talking to them, okay? The other question I had was, so the allied health was supposed to be an academic program at that location. And then later architecture was added. Where were the decisions made to make changes away from the four pillars? I've went back through the board documents since we've went into the second round of schematic design, and I haven't seen anything that would direct staff or MOS to go in that direction.
I'm not sure I have an answer for that one. Mac, is that something you can speak to?
We weren't given any direction to deviate from that. I think what we were given was to adhere to that, but at a different scale.
And where did you get that direction?
From administration.
Who's the administration?
Dr. Garcia's administration.
Okay, when you look at the culinary, there was recently a report that was put out. They did a great job, and they're really the professionals, more so than I think most educators. It was put on, it was of September 2022. The Convention of Sports and Leisure did a case study assessment of culinary and hospitality programs for Coachella Valley. And they presented that publicly. They've shared that information with us here. They say at minimum, culinary needs 30,000 assignable square feet with additional offices and components and storage, et cetera. And I see a design here that has 10,000 assignable square feet. Was this information ever incorporated in the work of the community that did an independent study of what the needs were?
Were you here?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. They've come here and spoken before, and they did a very large public presentation around this. So those hundreds of individuals that are members, I'm sure, will be disappointed that we didn't consider their report when we created this new version. So how did you come up with 10,000 square feet? I've been calling this maybe a good middle school.
We were tasked to generally downsize the entire program. So we took portions from every part of it. We also took some of the spaces that were part of the original Culinary Institute and incorporated them as shared spaces, such as the demo theater. And so that is, in the current program, not considered dedicated to culinary, but for use by multiple programs. So that's the other reason why that number specific to culinary has reduced.
And what if they both need it simultaneously?
Then they would have a bit of a conflict.
So an accelerator, I've visited several accelerators. In fact, one of my former trustees that sat in this role visited one with me and was quite impressed with it. And if you go back in the minutes, you can listen to her remarks. Accelerators typically have movable walls and spaces, and they're not built the way this is designed. And they are flexible, and they have high levels of innovation built into the program. Uh, How'd we end up with these hard walls that look like it's just a typical teaching type of facility?
The programmatic emphasis shifted somewhat from flexibility towards a little bit more of a balance of fixed and flexible spaces. The fixed programs were informed by the stakeholders group that we mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, and they informed us that they had specific needs that they felt may not necessarily be served as well by flexible spaces used on a shared basis. So the program was somewhat rebalanced to have some flexible spaces continuing, but a higher percentage of fixed and dedicated space for specific programs.
So when we look at the stakeholders and the four pillars, was the Greater Palm Springs director or his staff included as a stakeholder that conducted this study?
Yes, he was involved in the advisory group. We're talking specifically about Scott White?
Yes.
Yes, he was involved in the advisory group.
Yes, well, he and I've had lengthy discussions about this current one that's on the table. That's why I wanted to touch base. There's probably some perspectives he would like to offer. Were the main restaurant owners, or hotel operators, or any of the club operators involved as stakeholders?
We had one representative from the Ritz-Carlton, and to the best of my knowledge, I don't believe we had any other representatives in the advisory group.
Okay. So why were you asked to downsize?
Money. First and foremost.
We're going to talk about that later.
Yeah.
But why?
Well, the budget was a primary concern. As we all know, we expected the construction industry to take a bit of a nap during the pandemic, and it certainly did not. Construction costs have continued to escalate over the last couple of years. And while there have been some pretty radical roller coastering elements to that, the trend has generally been upward. We were also told in terms of the program that the phasing should include the accelerator space and the culinary combined together, and that the hotel, the Learning Hotel, Event Center, and other hospitality spaces would be considered as a latter phase. So that's part of how we got to the current phase one schematic design.
But this schematic does not show what you just said.
That is correct.
Is there a reason for that?
We were directed to focus specifically on phase one for now, with the notion that phase two would be developed later.
And just be silent on it. Where were you directed from?
I'm sorry?
Where were you directed from?
Once again, from administration.
Who's the administration?
In this case, the direction that I received came from Dr. Tafoya.
Okay, thank you. So we had a $578 million bond passed, Measure CC, with $346 million dedicated to the West Valley campus. We had Measure B that had $40 million dedicated to the West Valley campus. And then we have, don't know what it's worth now, but probably $5.7 million or $6 million worth of land on the north side of Palm Springs that this board and the city and the community stakeholders that we met with agreed would be redirected at a new site. So with that, 346 million, 40 million, and approximately $7 million, is it a money issue?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the
Well, I
question.
don't see any dollars on your schematic design that you presented, your current one. And when we're looking at these numbers that I'm mentioning that was committed to the community, it's going to take 346 plus 40 plus 7 point something or 7 to do what you're presenting to us as the most recent schematic design?
I think I understand. You're correct, 346 million was the original budget allocation, and that was true back in 2021. The current budget for the project is 290 million. However, our latest cost estimates have come in and we're tracking it at about 300 million. So we know we've got some value engineering to do as well.
So what changed the budget?
I think there's a number of things that changed the budget. One of the most significant was the change in escalation. I mean, we're facing unprecedented escalation costs. When we first started this project, escalation was somewhere around 5%. We're seeing it now around 19%. So that was one of the major.
Well, and I believe I recall the president saying, once you get to 50% schematic design, that it's cost prohibitive to start over, which is exactly what we did. And I don't know what the burn rate is per month. I've calculated it for the past 24 months to be about $500,000 a month, and it's probably more, which means we probably have $14 million or so out there that's not accessible to us anymore. What would you say the burn rate is, Mac?
I think we just got some new numbers, 850.
Yeah, so on a couple levels, the design team's monthly burn is a little over $500,000. Your estimate is in the ballpark. We have to date spent $24 million on the land purchase, an additional $10 million collectively on design fees. And then speaking to the current state of the budget, it's fair to note that given the escalation that Mac talked about in the elapsed time between March of 21 and now, that scheme that was presented, the 50% schematic scheme, would actually have a price tag of about $510 million now for the total build out. Phasing wise, the phase one scheme that we had considered with the accelerator, the Culinary Institute, and associated site work and M&O is in the neighborhood of 315 million.
And that's for which scenario?
That would be for, the last number would be for the phase one only of what we saw presented in the second deck, the March 21 50% schematic design.
So phase one would be, could you repeat that number again?
Approximately $316 million.
So you really don't have a money issue?
Well, we will have a money issue only if we're told that we do, but it seems like that number seems in the ballpark.
So we have established 290 million for the project, and obviously the estimates are coming in higher. So the direction could be value engineer the project or find out where we can save money to stay in the 290.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's very helpful. I just wanted to know if we could afford what the stakeholders worked on for 2 years, if we only did phase one, and all their involvement versus what we've spent putting together the past 6 months. And I know we spent about $4.2 million on WRNS for the original schematic. Do you know what we've spent with them on this schematic?
It would take me a minute to pull it up. I will say that of that 4.2 that you mentioned, because we did not complete that original scheme, approximately $500,000 has retained in the kitty. So we're a little bit ahead on that front. We have now embarked on the schematic design relative to the first presentation that you saw, and that was approximately $2.9 million, and that money is now 90% expended.
Okay. And I've also understood that this schematic design being presented, most recent one, it's really based on using the standards from the state on FTS and how you can, how to fund a traditional college campus. And it doesn't take into account the business partnerships, some of the TOT monies that we had been discussing, and also the professional development and the large PACE programs that were incorporated into the business plan. I don't believe the plan that is the most recent plan takes any of those types of things in account because it's not a facility that could be used in that manner.
Well, right. There hasn't been any additional funding coming from the outside sources, from partners or anything like that. We had consultation with some of the Architectural Alliance group, like you said, but I don't remember a outside partner as part of this. Yeah.
Okay, and I go back to something written back in 2007, quoting Jerry Patton about the 4 pillars and how we were going to be entrepreneurial, and education is changing, and I believe it's changing, and you need a balance of vocational and liberal arts. But clearly, this community has shared with us they have really big needs in the areas that we're talking about, and they have very large salaries for the graduates that would stay here. And I'm trying to determine, since March of 2021, how that philosophy changed. And we'll be talking about that a little bit later in this meeting too. I'm probably asking the wrong people. So thank you, that's all I have.
Okay, anyone else would you like to?
I just wanted to address the question regarding Allied Health. Allied Health was asked if they were interested in relocating, and they decided that they wanted to stay on this site. The 30 members, including the stakeholders, were largely represented by the faculty that will be teaching at that site. And for me personally, it was important that they were obviously supportive, interested, and helpful as we planned for the future of this site. And when informed that they were not interested in relocating, I respected that decision.
Board member want to ask questions? Trustee Perez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. Thank you, Brian. A question, I have a few actually. Which project can we start construction the fastest at this point?
I'm sorry, what was it?
Which project, which iteration would we be able to start construction fastest?
Which of the schematic design packages we have now? Well, we're at 100% on the schematic design of the most recent package.
Does the current project, this one that we're at 100% schematic design, does it meet industry needs?
We do not know.
Yeah.
We haven't had contact with industry partners to determine that.
Yeah.
Dr. Garcia, does it align with our student needs?
It aligns with what the faculty that will be teaching in those programs stated they need. Yes, it is a much more traditional campus, but we are evolving. I never, and Matt could confirm this, I never received a list of the partners, the industry partners. I never received business plans. Therefore, those individuals were never contacted.
But we discussed that this week, and
Yes.
I'm sorry.
you're aware that we have them.
Trustee Kinnaman, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Wait, we have the floor over here.
So we followed a more traditional pathway. And I could tell you from my own perspective, having the experience that I have, I was definitely concerned about finances, not only building the site because of the escalation prices, but more so because I want to ensure that this district is able to afford the operations of this institution long-term. That is my greatest concern.
So I think you might have answered these next two questions, but does it meet the budget and give us money for other unexpected costs or other needs throughout the district?
Well, it meets the budget, obviously, as the allocation that was made for phase one. It is important that I also state that Brian, in your initial presentation, you had mentioned the development, that the reason why the current accelerator and those buildings were located where they were is to leave land for future phases. It is important to grow your enrollment as you're growing your institution. You're phasing it out, and you need to make sure that you are able to afford it long-term. And it is also important to note that we have additional needs on this site. And as the board considers making a decision, it is important that I remind you that there's additional instructional needs on this site, which include additional needs for allied health. And my goal is that we would relocate PACE to this area, specifically to the building that we share with the Palm Desert Library.
And another question. So it sounds like you may have answered, sounds like you answered this question already, but it does have a sustainable plan to operate.
Currently, yes, we have to make sure obviously, we can't guarantee that the number of students that we need in order to operate, even phase one. So in order to operate phase one, we need about $1.5 million. That does not include the staff cost.
Dr. Garcia, do you have any data or would you be able to answer, out of all the industry individuals that called in today, how many of our roughly 120 students who are in the hospitality program are being offered internships at these businesses?
I would not be able to provide that answer. I would like to state that our faculty member, who was heavily involved in planning, does work with them. But I'm not aware that any of our students currently have internships with any of them.
Actually, I remember because we had a presentation on this a few months ago, and the answer is 0. And wouldn't an internship lead to a more prepared workforce?
Definitely, our career education programs, there's recommendations for our students to participate in those types of experiential learning opportunities in order to create pathways and in order for them to gain experience prior to completing their programs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's it for now.
Thank you. Trustee Gonzalez, do you have anything you'd like to?
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, through Trustee Perez, you already answered some of the questions. So I do recall just elevating the conversation, Trustee Perez, when we did have the presentation from the hospitality. I think Ms. Bender, correct, is our instructor there. She did state openly in open session during the board meeting that currently the college was not able to obtain any partnerships in the hospitality industry, which to me would make more sense, right? If you're gonna take over a hotel, which I know is a big deal, then it would make perfect sense for you to be there and work your way up, like a lot of us have done in a lot of different industries. But just, you know, it was, I'm sure that meeting is recorded, so if anyone wants a fact check, no problem. I know this is a contentious issue, but I will state again, as I've stated many times, but I get drowned out, that I have never heard anyone on this board say that a project in the West Valley wouldn't be built. I know that what came into question was some of the components. So I want to make that really, really clear and state it again. I heard a few comments today, like someone said something about us having a failure of imagination. Well, I wish I could imagine millions and millions of dollars and they would come to fruition, because that would be really cool. Because then we could build a whole bunch of campuses in areas where I know our student demand is the greatest. But I'll tell you that what has, and this conversation has happened quite a bit on this board. So yes, Dr. Garcia is giving you direction, but the discussion has happened in the board and involving the trustees, where we did say we need to look at something that's reasonable and sustainable. Nothing against that schematic design, that's beautiful. But being here and understanding our budget, hearing from the last feasibility study that was done and the findings there, I find it very, very difficult for anyone to hold us to that standard, knowing that we're being told that the original schematic design, we are not able to sustain it. So yes, this is a scaled down version of, I know I keep hearing we were promised. No one has said who promised, but I think we kind of know. And I understand the frustration of some of the, residents and voters of Palm Springs. They were promised one thing. I've read the bond a few times already. It does state West Valley, never states a specific city. But, even given that, anywhere here in the West Valley, necessary, it's in the bond, we got to build it. But I'm just going to say that, are we really going to put the entire college at risk over a promise that was made at a time where maybe it could have happened compared to what we're facing now? I mean, who would have thought we would be in the middle of a pandemic and just, everything that has occurred? So, it makes sense for us to focus on what can we do now? And oftentimes, even in our own lives, right, we have all these plans and then we have to revert or scale down or go in a different direction. And that is being responsible. That is fiduciary responsibility, is not only being able to build something, but maintaining it. And, we all know that, working with our staff here, with our unions, there's going to be COLAs, there's going to be a lot of different costs that are up and coming, and all of that needs to be taken into consideration. So, I'll say it again. I mean, do we build just because, we're being pressured? I mean, if you look at our board policies, and I know, we have someone that likes to quote that, then take a look. And it clearly states that we should not be influenced by anything other than making a financially sound decision. Not outside pressures, not a specific group of folks. We have to do what's right for this college. And, I've always said it, I will do what's right, even if it's not popular. But I would challenge all of us to ensure that we make a decision based on that. Let's take a look at finances, let's take a look at sustainability, and we move from there, because that's really the only way that we can go. So with that, I think that's all I really have to say, Madam Chair.
Trustee Stefan, can I make one comment?
Can I go to trustee Yant first?
Oh,
because
I'm
he's the only
sorry.
one that hasn't had an opportunity.
I'm very sorry.
Trustee Yant?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to explain, I've had a very difficult 6 weeks. I've been in the hospital twice. I was almost admitted again last night. So it's personally been a very difficult time for me. And President Garcia has been very helpful in helping me through this time period. So I appreciate her help. I guess I right now would have 2 questions. I've long been an advocate of phase 1, that we can phase this project. I'd like our guests to tell us, though, what might phase 2 look like. I don't want specifics, just what might phase 2 look like? And second question is, yes, we've had discussions going back to President Patton about creative partnerships. And I really seem to think that those discussions have faded aside. Is there any way that we can resurrect those discussions about partnerships perhaps for phase two. So, Mac, if there's a phase one, what might phase two look like?
Well, obviously, Fred, I don't make those decisions for the district. The district gives us direction on which way they want to go, but in some conversations we've had, there could be a hospitality element as part of as phase two, and some other possibilities that maybe haven't been discussed yet.
Can Trustee Yunt, would it be all right if I ask the president of the college what she sees for phase two?
Certainly.
Certainly.
So we could definitely revisit some of the other plans that were committed, Trustee Yant, and your suggestion for involving industry is also a great possibility of what phase two could be. I do want to remind you and the community that all our career education programs include an advisory that is mostly comprised of industry representatives. And the programs that will be offered at this site are career education programs. Therefore, they do include advisory groups that are comprised of industry. We could further develop that if I was granted the opportunity to review some of the business plans that were created. That could be a possibility in regards to the development of phase two.
Thank you.
Is there anything else, Trustee Yunt, you want to say this time?
No, that's all for now.
Okay, thank you. And Trustee
I-
Kinnaman?
I just want to make one correction to the record. The board made the decision unanimously on February 18, 2020 for the version in March 2021. And the contract is sitting in front of me. It's on page 3 of 16, what the components would be in phase one and in phase two.
Any other student trustee? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. So are for the campus itself, is hospitality like the main offering for the campus, or are there other varieties on there?
No, there's additional varieties, and if you could list them again, the programs, so that Trustee Paul is aware.
Are we specifically asking about the current scheme?
Yeah.
100% schematic scheme? Sure. That, the current scheme includes the accelerator building, which houses student services, digital media and arts, architecture, and flexible learning spaces, along with that north block of the building, which contains the culinary instructional spaces and a small hospitality component. And then, of course, the large shared computer lab or tech lab, which is a portion of the technological education. The central utility plant and maintenance and operations buildings are fundamental to everything, whether we go with either scheme. But those elements are what's currently included in the schematic design.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Student Trustee Paul, it's important to share with you that in that design, we are including general education courses as well, and therefore the proposed classrooms were designed in the way that they were. So it's important that our students on the west side know that our goal is not only to provide the programs, but also to provide the courses that will lead to an associate's degree if they chose to pursue that route.
Any other trustee want to add?
Trustee
anything?
Stefan?
Yes.
Um,
Yes, Trustee Yunt.
Mac, help me understand this. I understand the reasons that you're giving about financial constraints. Am I correct now in saying that in an attempt to meet those restrictions, in effect, the design has become a more conventional campus?
Yes, it has.
Is that a good decision to make?
I don't make those decisions, Fred. That's for campus administration.
We're having technical difficulties. We're okay again?
I'm not saying it's inherently bad or good, but I'm just, raising everyone's awareness that the consequence of the financial constraints have created a more conventional approach. Just fact.
Trustee Stefan,
Yes,
may I
Marie.
again? If I understood what Robert said, it's not a function of finances on the new, or on the original plan. I want to go back and say, 4 days after I retired, a prominent county elected contacted the interim president to talk about the East Valley and to discuss shifting resources to the East Valley. We'll be talking a little bit more about that because according to staff notes, it is alleged, and I've got copies, that the chair of the board, Aurora Wilson, and Vice Chair Ruben Perez both were pressuring staff to reduce funding in the West Valley, and staff determined in order to save the West Valley project, they would need to focus on Coachella during the next 5 months. The Palm Springs project management team had to redirect their focus to Coachella. The meeting notes also indicated that Coachella was confidential. What is important to note is that this was not a vote of the board, but a perceived intervention by the board chair and vice chair. Of course, we immediately had a new attorney, Carlos Campos, also the attorney for Coachella. In April 2021, all West Valley projects were put on pause. Meetings were canceled. Dr. Garcia was appointed president on a 3-2 vote in July. I was visited at my home with Chris and 2 special investigators from the district attorney's office wanting to talk to me about any potential crime related to land deals in Coachella. On Roadrunner Motors was canceled in Cathedral City, and there was a new land purchase agreement that was drafted with Coachella. On October 27th, without warning, President Garcia canceled Roadrunner Motors in Cathedral City to look at other sites, including Indio near its auto center, which also happened to be in one of our trustees' areas. Although it was a surprise in October to everyone, that decision was already being developed behind closed doors in June 2021, prior to Dr. Garcia's appointment. New documents just discovered show that on the same day Roadrunner Motors canceled.
Excuse me, Trustee Kinnaman, can we stay on
This is on the topic of this project.
agenda item,
And where the
please?
money is going, and I will continue to speak for my constituents. In Coachella Valley, and COD entered a purchase and sales agreement to buy 37,500 square feet of vacant land in downtown Coachella, located at 6th and Tripoli Way, known as the Rosa Lucas Living Trust land. The facility to be built is approximately 25,000 square feet.
Excuse me. I think
Political
you're out of
pressure
order.
saves Roadrunner Motors.
I have a clarification from the parliamentarian. Is this considered off topic?
That determination would be made by the board.
Or the public.
The attorney says it is off topic and it's out of order. So can we get back to the schematic design, please? Because that is what we're looking at right now. We have our professionals in front of us. making a presentation, so I prefer that we kept our questions to them at this time.
I will abide by that. The
you.
only addition I would like to make is what I just described
Are there,
it was dealing with money and
okay,
spending money.
but right now, I need to have us ask the gentlemen that are in front of us questions about the schematic design, because this is a presentation, okay?
So I would like
there-
to ask them a question.
Is there another question?
Were the schematic designs from March 30th impacted by any direction from members of the board to reduce the scope, size, and amounts? And I want to caution you, there may be depositions later, so really, if you don't recall, don't recall. But if you do recall, I know both of you were in one of those meetings.
I myself haven't had any conversation with a board member about reducing scope or of the bond program, yeah, or the West Valley campus or anything.
Neither have I.
Okay, President Garcia.
And I just want the public to be aware that the decisions that I provided direction on, obviously, the board reminded me to make sure that we were fiscally prudent and responsible, but that decisions that I provided direction on, I was not pressured by any board member. I made those decisions. I made requests of additional analysis based on the fact that I needed to be certain that we were going to move forward in a prudent and responsible manner. So I want to make sure that I state that clearly.
Is there any other board member that has a question of the gentleman that have made the presentation, so that we stay on focus here? No?
Just a comment for me, and it is relevant to, I'm not going down that rabbit hole. It's relevant to the actual discussion. I know I'm hearing some questions about, but I do recall at one meeting when the project was being discussed, that every board member stated openly that they don't recall seeing the actual schematic design. Do you remember that, Trustee John? Because I know that you as well, I think at one point said you never saw him, and I think you said you were not sure if you had seen him or not. So I just want to clarify, just so that we stay transparent and that, we just state facts, and hopefully that is what's recorded and reported.
Can you repeat that?
As far as the design, a few months back, I don't know exactly how many, I'm sure if I look through my notes, I would be able to find the exact meeting where we discussed the schematic design, the prior one, and every board member stated that they had never seen that plan in itself.
Oh, no, I would disagree with that.
Because I do remember that at the Palm Springs City Council meeting, because I watched it online, you were asked by a council member, and your response was that you were not sure, that you did not recall. But I know our meetings are recorded, and I'm not trying to take a shot at you, Trustee John. I just, want to be clear and keep it to this discussion as to, what has occurred, just to keep it straight, keep the record.
So what's your point? I don't understand.
It's a statement, Trustee John. It's a
Yeah,
statement.
but what is
Can
the
we move on?
statement? What is your statement?
I'll move on.
What is your,
This should not be a discussion. This should be directing questions to the speakers, the presenters today, at this point of the meeting, okay? So does anybody have any other questions for the presenters? Seeing none, gentlemen, I'd like to thank you. There are no other questions from the board directed about the presentation that you made. It was very well done. You presented both the previous design and the current design, and I want to thank you for doing an excellent presentation of both. Thank you.
Thank you for those words and best of luck.
And it was a lot of work, and I know. Thank you. Okay, that concludes the presentation. And that brings us to the action. So Board of Trustees, now we are on 7.01, the Palm Springs Development Schematic Design. Do I have a motion to approve the Palm Springs Development Project Schematic Design, which is Phase 1 that was presented today? That was the first part that you saw, and that is what we would be approving today.
Madam Chair, I didn't see that written in as phase 1 on the agenda.
Well,
It may be in your script, because I was going to make a motion, but it wasn't going to be that.
okay, we'll just call it the Palm Springs Development Project Schematic Design.
Okay, I've got a lengthy motion. If I could ask Carlos, I went ahead and wrote it in advance,
So it's,
and I'll start reading it.
okay, well, can we get it passed out first, please?
So I move that the Palm Springs,
Well, can we get it passed out first, please? You said it was lengthy. I want to make sure we can all read it. Okay,
and I've also added the report on the back of this from our, that was recently done in September 2022. I'm making the motion that the Palm Springs schematic design is dated March 23rd, 2021, excluding the Learning Hotel, but incorporating the program recommendation targets outlined on page 9 of the case study assessment of culinary and hospitality, and that's the one that's attached, that was reviewed on September 2nd, 2022, by the Convention Sports Leisure, and incorporate also the architectural aspects from the schematic design that was presented today, in the January 26, 2022 schematic design. That all funding designated by Measure B, $40 million, Measure CC, $346 million, and approximately $5.7 million for the property given by the City of Palm Springs be committed to the project, with an augmentation of $14 million from the redevelopment agency funds to offset for 2 years of delays resulting in higher costs. And further, that all project management team meetings will meet monthly and adhere to the Brown Act by holding public meetings, and those teams will include members from Moss and any industry expert consultants identified solely at their discretion, the original consultant team members that are still employed by the college and previously worked on the March 23rd, 2021 schematic design, and one member will be identified by each of the following cities: Palm Springs, Cathedral City, and Desert Hot Springs. The schematic design adjustments will fall within the jurisdiction of the project management team and forwarded by Moss to the Department of State Architect for approval.
so this is an, what do we call that? The main motion was never made, so it is what? It's not amended because we didn't have the main motion on the floor.
Correct. So a motion must be seconded in order to
Okay,
be entertained. So if the first one did not receive a second, then this could be considered a first.
well, we didn't even have the motion, wasn't even made. So this would be the first motion. Okay, so we need
there's
a
a
second
second.
to this motion for it to be moved forward. So is there a second to this motion?
Yeah, to move it forward, yes.
Okay, trustee Yont has seconded the motion so that it can be discussed. So would you like to speak to your motion, trustee Kinnaman?
You know, I believe the architectural component of what was presented today is really of great value, and it does respond to business and industry and some of our opportunities with Cal Poly Pomona. I also feel like with the original site that it had 2 years of public input, faculty, staff, trustees traveling and looking at best practices for accelerator spaces and culinary spaces. So I believe those designs will attract larger numbers of students and community members and make it more workable. And based on the numbers that I heard from Robert, that this would fit within the fiscal constraints that we have. And it would also show to the community that we're being transparent. We're being transparent with money. We're going to show accountability by having Brown Act meetings that the public can attend. And so I feel, based on what we went through, this would be taking some of the new schematic design, taking some of the old schematic design, and moving forward so we can hopefully talk less about construction projects.
Okay. Would anyone else on the board like to speak to this motion? Trustee Perez?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think any more revisiting old plans or pulling pieces will only cause more delays. I believe we have an opportunity today to move the Palm Springs Development Project forward and really answer the question of bringing access to students in the Western Coachella Valley. I think we have a really good opportunity today to move forward, and we're going to vote no on this motion.
Any other trustee? Trustee Yant, would you like to say anything?
Trustee Kinnaman, the language is long, so for everyone's benefit, what do you think is the advantage of this proposal?
I think it's threefold. It's clearly communicating that we're moving forward with part of the original schematic design, which has had a great amount of input and provides us much more opportunity and flexibility. But it augments it with the architectural program as well, which strongly came out in the second schematic design. In addition, it demonstrates to our community that we know what we had committed to on resources for this site and that we're going to stand by that commitment. And then the third thing is it demonstrates transparency to the community on the decisions that we're making around the site. And I think that's as public institution.
Does this mean significant delay in the project?
You know, I would think with the transparency and the inclusion and meeting on a monthly basis like it specifies, that it would be more likely that we're in fuller communication with one another and we're not wasting time explaining our decisions, and that we're all coming along together instead of a lot of the back and forth that we've been experiencing. So, in my opinion, it would expedite.
And who appoints these representatives from these cities?
I would say the city council.
Okay.
Trustee Gonzalez, I haven't called on you yet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just, ask this board that we take staff's recommendation and stick to the design that is already 100%, and that we take our responsibility seriously and not worry about headlines or what, a group of interested folks may have an opinion on. I'm going to ask all of us to make a decision that is correct, so I will be voting no on this motion. But when the time comes, I would like to make one to accept the original recommendation, minus all of this page.
Trustee Paul, I'm sorry. Do you have anything you'd like Questions on it? I have a question, Trustee Kinnaman. You mentioned the Cal Poly Pomona partnership. Let me ask the president, is that still a viable thing? That do we still have that partnership?
Yes, and we did include the designated space, and it was created in the, which is reflected in the 100% schematic design version that was presented. It was created in collaboration with them.
I'm going to ask the presenters. The motion that's on the table is referring back to the previous what do you call it? The previous design. How far along is phase one on that? Yeah, not the one, not the schematic design that was presented today.
60%.
60%. So how long would it take to bring 60% up to 100%?
It depends on what's involved. If we're talking about merging programs, merging some of the current program with the old schematic design piece, or are you talking about just taking it from where it was at 60% to 100%?
Yeah.
Making the assumptions that all the programs are going to be what was, or are you talking about new programs? It depends. If we're going to merge the two programs, the two schematic design, it could, we'd have to step back some, because right now we're at 100% schematic design. If we have to step back to merge the two, it could take, I wish Brian was still online there. What do you say, a month or two, or?
If we were gonna start at 60% and continue, yeah, we could do that in about, I would say, 3 months, 3 to 4 months.
4 months. Can you just stay there a moment? Trustee Kinnaman, this language, because it is so lengthy, I'm going to ask you to explain. Would there be taking that 60% to bring it up to 100%? Would there be additional input in that and changes made that would set it back further?
The input I see is from the project management team and Moss using whatever consultants or industry experts they need. And that it would not be anything that would come back for us to consider. They would tweak the two programs. And the intent of this was to be at 60%, augment it with the architecture program, and not add any program, because we've got the flexibility and the accelerator to offer any type of program in class. And so that was really the intent. I know, I believe it took us about a month or two on the current plan to go from 50% to 100%, that was presented today. So I was thinking along that too, Robert, 1 to 3 months, but I'm not sure if that's.
So I guess as a clarification, what we called Scheme 2.0, the one that was presented first today, is 100% complete. And if it was approved, we would move directly into the next phase of design. If we revisit the March 2021 scheme, which is currently at 60%, assuming that we would allocate some portion of the current flexible classroom space for dedicated use by the architecture program, the changes to that scheme would potentially be minimal, and we could move forward and I think be ready to come back to the board in 3 to 4 months for formal approval of that schematic design in preparation to go to the next design phase.
And the
hope
way
that's
we
helpful.
frame this motion is where your team would do that work. I, I, I'm confident some trustees would come visit, and listen in and stuff, but then you would just move forward and submit it for a BSA. You've been doing this for us for 20 years without a hiccup, so.
Madam Chair.
Let me ask one more question here. These individuals from the cities, would they be giving input into that 60 to 100% of the scheme? Is that your intention in this?
The real intention is for them to have a presence so that they can communicate, like we have liaisons, so that they can communicate. They may have rich ideas that contribute to the discussion, but the real intent is for them to be able to be there, articulate that the project's moving forward, and then we're not having council members calling in and, asking questions and that type of thing. It just smooths out the transition of communication.
So you're saying that they would be involved in the 60 to 100%?
Yes.
So we could add an extra month to that because then we'd have to get those people in place.
Yes.
So then it would be 4 to 5 months down the road. Sorry.
I just want to advocate, I will do whatever the board directs me to do, but I want to advocate for my faculty, for their involvement, for, like, if any changes are going to be made, it is important that the faculty that will be teaching there are included. They have invested countless hours in trying to provide input. And I wanted to make sure that I advocated and stated that.
Any other trustee have anything they want to add?
Yeah, Trustee Stefan,
Trustee Young?
follow up on President Garcia's comments. I think certainly faculty representation is critical.
And I would concur, and I believe that's why open public meetings would be posted public meetings that are open, because it'll bring faculty from even other program areas and could create some cross-cultural program where they're working together on something. This is it's important to this campus community as well, and I appreciate what Dr. Garcia is saying. It's critical to have the faculty engaged and supportive and buying in.
Okay. Is there any other comment?
Just one more again. I want to take us to that conversation and the feasibility study. And we need to look at sustainability. Because, bird in hand, right? Sustainability, I also haven't heard a lot of involving students in the conversation. I know Trustee Paul, I believe, was mentioning that is that what you meant? Okay, I wanted to make sure. I don't want to speak for you. Because again, we need to ensure that these are things that students are interested in. I have spoken with some, but I'm not going to take the liberty of speaking for them. But I do just, again, want to remind us that this is beyond promises and what looks pretty and avoiding headlines and all this good stuff. We need to do what's right. And what's right is what's sustainable and what is actually going to benefit our students, yet we will be able to sustain that possibility for them. So that's very, very important to me.
Thank you. Any other discussion by any board member? Seeing none, we're going to have a roll call vote on this.
Student Trustee Paul.
No.
Trustee Perez.
No.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez.
No.
Trustee Yant.
Yes.
Trustee Stefan.
I'm going to go with yes. I want the community to have that involvement.
Motion carries.
Okay. That brings us to reports. At this time, I know our student trustee has other commitments today. And gentlemen, thank you again for being here and for presenting. and for all your hard work. So, Trustee Paul, I'm sorry.
I have the ASCOD report and my report.
Yes, I'm going to go with the ASCOD report first. And then if there's no objection from the board, I'm going to allow the student trustee to give his student trustee report because he does have some commitments with Club Rush Week, right? And we've got to get some people involved in the student council here. So let's go ahead.
Trustee Stefan, could I interrupt for a second?
Yes,
I have incredibly another doctor's appointment.
Oh.
So I'm stepping out
Yeah, you can go first.
quietly when I can, all right?
Okay. So would you like to give your report before you leave?
Not necessary. My report is that I've just, been coping with health issues.
Okay, since you're going to be leaving us, I do want you to know that the entire community college district has you in their thoughts, their prayers, their best wishes for your speedy recovery. And
Thank
we
you.
hope that you'll be back with us very, very soon. So
Thank
please
you.
take care, and we appreciate your input. And we're very glad that you could attend for the Palm Springs presentation today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now, I apologize.
No worries.
Student trustee Paul.
So for our ASCOD report, our student council is recently returning from winter break. The recent actions we've taken is to prepare for our student elections for the next school year of 2023-2024. We agreed to make some updates regarding on plans to change the process of becoming a student leader at College of the Desert. As recent appointments were made, we believe our new Officer of Communications, Isaac Zarko, would be the best fit for the role of presenting ASCOD to the public and promoting our elections to have a potential and stronger student council at College of the Desert next year. In other actions, we have agreed to approve a budget to fund an event occurring on April 19th, 2023 for spring, to have a day for students to interact with each other, as more updates will come up soon for the event. ASCOD is also working on our SSCCC, Student Senate for California Community College resolutions, as we're taking a stance on each resolutions presented to ASCOD for future students to advocate for. So that's for the ASCOD report. For my student trustee report, as school recently started, I'm surprised on how many students recognize me in person as a student trustee. Their concerns reflect on what is being done for students for what they need now. Giving the guidance to them, there are concerns focused on what I am doing as dual roles of trustee and chair of student council. Education plays a significant role in shaping the future of society. It is important to ensure that student needs are met to ensure that they have the best chance of achieving success. However, latest trends in our college indicate that the focus on student needs has been neglected and there is a lack of advocacy, listening, and action towards understanding the needs of students now. Advocacy is an important aspect of ensuring that student needs are met. However, in recent times, there have been a lack of advocacy for students and opportunities on our campus. Latest trends, and it seems as from a student perspective who watches these meetings, is that there is a concern on what exactly is being focused on now for student current needs now compared to what is discussed. This has resulted in a lack of support from students as it affects their performance and achievements for themselves. One of the fundamental ways to ensure that student needs are met is to listen to each other and focus on being one as a group and see what students need. Focusing on student needs is critical to the success of College of the Desert. Sorry, my throat's like swelling up. The success of the education system is ultimately measured by the success of its students. Student needs vary and can be influenced by factors and their circumstances, being common with the conducive to learn and grow. To improve the focus on student needs for the future, we must prioritize advocacy, listening, and action towards understanding student needs, as we're coming from a post-pandemic, as also we are coming back to a different kind of norm than before. The focus on student needs in education is critical for the success of our education system. It is essential to ensure that students are heard, seen, and understood to create a learning environment that is conducive to grow and develop, and without the actual focus of College of the Desert students now and the future, there is no success. Our college must not be distracted and prioritize the needs of students by advocating, listening, and taking action to address their needs together. That's it.
Thank you very much for your comments today and for both reports. And I know you have another commitment. I was given a reminder today that we must take a 30-minute recess for lunch on or near 12 p.m., and it is now 12:20 p.m. And the reason for that is because we don't want to upset any of our unions, that some of the people in technology are supposed to get their lunch at this time. So with that in mind, we are going to take a recess for 30 minutes so that they can get their lunch and come back well-fed and ready to go for the afternoon. So we'll take a 30-minute recess. We're going to reconvene from the recess. So at this time, do we have someone from the College of the Desert Foundation? Yes, thank you, Kristen.
There we go. Oh, sorry about that. I'll start over. Good afternoon, Board Chair Stefan, trustees, student trustees, and Superintendent President Dr. Garcia. I'm Kirsten Renna, and I'm with the foundation. I'm here to present the foundation's report on behalf of Kathy Abbott. So the College of the Desert Foundation continues to celebrate its 40th anniversary. As Kathy mentioned last month, we will leverage events and activities to help us mark the foundation's significant milestones and service to College of the Desert. Most notably is the upcoming Coachella Valley Giving Day, taking place on March 1st, 2023. This all-valley philanthropic event is an opportunity for the community and for donors to provide charitable contributions to organizations that they feel passionate about. Although the one-day event has not yet kicked off, we have already received a gift of $10,500, which is a great start to the campaign. We hope that you will consider supporting the foundation. You can make a donation by logging onto our page at codfoundation.org or on the cvgivingday.org websites. Upcoming foundation events: in just a few short months, the foundation will hold its annual Stepping Out for College of the Desert. Unfortunately, due to scheduling conflict, the Nelson brothers will no longer be our performer. We have quickly pivoted, however, and are excited to let you know that we have the Motown sound of Human Nature as our act. Human Nature, which hails from Australia, has currently twice sold out the McCallum show, so they're a great act. We have a few additional sponsors to thank: Western Wind Foundation, Harold Matster, Shahet Hotels, Eldred McCarthy Foundation, Harold and Diane Gershowitz, and Peggy Jacobs and the Howard Charitable Foundation. The event is on March 30th, 2023 at the McCallum Theater. We hope that you will all consider sponsorship, purchasing tickets, or attending the event. Proceeds from the event support the Fund for Student Success. The hospitality program: thanks to the Palm Springs-based Western Wind Foundation, John Monahan, and the Visit Greater Palm Springs College of the Desert hospitality students will be heading to Japan in summer of 2023. All three understood the value of providing students in the program with an experience which will forever be life-changing for them. Faculty are aiming to foster interesting discussions and allow our students to better understand the process of developing a regional and world-class destination. During the 10-day trip to Japan, students will meet with hospitality industry leaders to compare and contrast how the hospitality industry is viewed in the United States versus Japan. I want to thank Dr. Garcia for her support in helping to secure this funding. She was instrumental in genuinely conveying the message of how College of the Desert focuses on students and the college's important role in providing the workforce, which helps strengthen the Coachella Valley's economy. Lastly, graduation regalia. For the 4th consecutive year, the Foundation Board of Directors is proud to support College of the Desert students by purchasing graduation regalia. This meaningful expenditure has become a tradition, which means we are fortunate to help a larger population of students when they celebrate one of their biggest milestones in life. And this is the conclusion of the Foundation's report.
Thank you so much. The Alumni Association has submitted their report in writing, and I don't believe they have anyone here. California School Employees Association, CSEA, Mark Rizzo, CSEA representative. Is he still available?
I am.
Thank
Can
you.
you hear me?
Good to see you.
Good to see you. So I will give my board report. Salutations, Board of Trustees and President Garcia. College of the Desert is back in the swing of things this term, and CSEA is glad to see the campus filled with students. CSEA would like to welcome 2 new individuals to the COD family, Vice President of Instruction, Val Martinez Garcia, and Interim Vice President of Administrative Services, Andy Dunn. CSEA looks forward to working with both of you in the future. Both VPs have already reached out to CSEA, and this gesture is greatly appreciated. The CSEA e-board met earlier this week to finalize the budget, and it will report on the annual audit in the coming weeks. And they have been working very hard to complete some MOUs before spring break, as these MOUs have been delayed since last July. Well, much continues to go on behind the curtain of COD. But unlike the Wizard of Oz, our campus has to have multiple people pulling multiple buttons and levers in order to ensure the students experience the best that COD has to offer. So in January, our students were welcomed back on all COD campuses. CSEA members worked hard to ensure classes were scheduled, classrooms were cleaned, grounds were tidy, computers were updated, copies and signs were made, and that the students had received the assistance they needed to register for classes and complete their financial aid forms. On the last 2 days of January, CSEA members staffed the welcome tents, where over 1,400 students stopped by for directions, snacks, water, and the occasional COD swag item. On February 1st, the Spring Student Services Fair welcomed over 600 students to showcase the college's various programs. CSEA members answered questions and helped students sign in for additional assistance with their college expenses. It was great to see the students enjoying a burrito and chips lunch while engaging with other students at the fair. CSEA staff has caught spring fever as COD will welcome over 1,400 students for high school visit days in less than a month. Our members are working hard behind the scenes to ensure everything is in place when the buses roll in on March 10th, 17th, and the 24th of the coming month. We hope you will join our members in saying hello to the visiting students as they tour our campus, complete their My First Schedule workshops, visit the resource fair, and enjoy lunch at Beeps. And finally, CSEA thanks all the classified staff for their hard work and dedication to keeping College of the Desert one of the most well-regarded community colleges in Southern California. Safety, admissions and records, financial aid, fiscal services, grounds, custodians, maintenance and operations, and the hardworking administrative assistants must be recognized and given kudos for all they continue to do for COD. Thank you all, and that is my report for CSEA chapter.
Thank you. And College of the Desert Adjunct Association, they've submitted a report in writing, and it will be posted. College of the Desert Faculty Association submitted their report in writing also. And Academic Senate, Dr. Kim Dozer from the Academic Senate President, is she still available?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, there you are.
Hi, sorry I couldn't be there in person today.
That's okay.
Hello, and welcome to the spring 2023 semester. I want to start by welcoming all of our new employees and thank them for joining us at College of the Desert, especially our new Vice President of Instruction, Val Martinez Garcia, whom I've already had the privilege of meeting with several times. His optimism and enthusiasm for getting to know our students and colleagues is greatly appreciated. Under the adept planning of Professor Donna Green and Senate Secretary Cheryl Eder, Flex was again a huge success with over 40 sessions. One of those was the college's revamped and celebratory program showcase review designed by our Outcomes and Assessment Chair, Professor Corbin Wild, and SLO Coordinator, Professor Christy Camacho. There was a taco truck and a great sense of accomplishment in the programs that shared their student and programmatic achievements. I thank both Corbin and Christy for making this come to life. Curriculum Chair Professor John Laird continues to guide the college through many changes, including the new CalGETSI pathway that will cover associate degree for transfer students to both CSU and UC. Other changes on the horizon are common course numbering, and John is excellent at keeping the curriculum committee and faculty up to speed. Professor Maria Brill, Chair of Educational Technologies and Distance Ed, keeps us abreast of changes in the ever-adapting digital landscape. One of those recommendations was to turn on the name change tool in Canvas, which would allow users to choose what name they want publicly displayed in Canvas. The planned implementation of this has been delayed because a collaborative group of faculty, administrators, and IT personnel has actually found a better way to do this that will allow all members of the college community, students and staff, to have their chosen name appear on multiple platforms with just one place where this name must be entered. In addition to giving our students and colleagues an easy way to identify their chosen name, this will help the college become compliant with AB 2315 by fall of 2023. Chair of Education Policies and Practices, Professor Kurt Spurgeon, has brought forth a new recommendation to the college on the awarding of posthumous degrees, in addition to ensuring administrative policies that fall under the 10+1 areas of Senate purview are reviewed and revised as needed. EPP is chasing curriculum as the busiest committee this year. The Senate has drafted a new mission statement, is revising its hiring committee appointment procedures again to reflect feedback from faculty to continually work towards equity in this process. In addition, and for the same reasons, we are working on codifying a consistent process for our academic units to appoint representatives to the college's many committees. As we work towards addressing the needs of our community this year, people look to this board for guidance. So I will leave you with this quote to ponder from the American writer William Feather. Getting along with others is the essence of getting ahead, success being linked with cooperation. Have a great day.
Thank you. And thank you for that wonderful report. At this time, we'll move into the governing board reports. And we'll start with Trustee Perez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief since I know we've had a robust meeting and we'll continue to have a robust meeting, but I'd like to welcome our VP, Dr. Val Martinez Garcia, and interim VP, Andy Dunn. We're lucky to have you and grateful that you're here and actually want to be here with us. And I also just want to acknowledge and appreciate all faculty, staff, and employees for their hard work. Thank you for all you do. We see you and we acknowledge you. I want to thank our different unions and auxiliaries, our student trustee, for their board reports, because I agree, our role is to serve our students. And we as a board need to make that our #1 priority. And lastly, I want to thank all who were present and involved in the presentation at Coachella Valley High School. I heard it was a standing room and filled to capacity. Thank you for all your great work, and thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my report.
Thank you so much. Trustee Kinnaman, your report, please.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Stefan. I hope everybody had a wonderful Valentine's Day, and looking forward to us having some more holidays like yesterday. These meetings get a little intense. Another issue that has come to my attention concerns the canceling of Roadrunner Motors in Cathedral City on October 27th, 2021. New information reveals on the same day, COD entered a purchase and sale agreement for land in downtown Coachella at the corner of 6th and Tripoli, known as the Rosa Lucas Family Trust Land. It was being listed by Noel Ramos of Wilson Media Realty. I don't believe this information was revealed to the public. What is more interesting is that on April 22nd, 2022, when the Board of Trustees voted to place Roadrunner Motors back at its original location in Cathedral City, The purchase and the sale agreement with the land in downtown Coachella was terminated by COD on that very same day. My question is, was Roadrunner Motors planning to be moved to downtown Coachella? If not, what was being planned for that property? Did the board vote for this in closed session? With the conflict of interest at hand, did former trustee Wilson participate in the discussions? Another bombshell that has come to my attention this week regards feasibility study and needs assessment regarding the Palm Springs campus. Dr. Garcia in mid-December of 2021 told the media that a feasibility study and need assessment had not been performed by the previous administration as required by law. 2 days later, Dr. Garcia reversed her statement, saying that she had discovered the feasibility study on the college's website. She further blasted staff in those comments for not providing the information to her after several requests. If that had occurred, as she stated, it would be right for her to condemn staff for their lack of action. However, that doesn't appear to be true. On November 30th, 2021, 2 weeks before her media statements, the information was presented to her via email, providing her with an outline of the feasibility study for the Palm Springs campus that included a needs assessment. Staff stated that the information is well organized, cataloged, and readily available in Administration Building 1. Staff offered to assist in any way. Maybe it took 2 weeks to get to the email, I don't know. I will say that the information that went to the media was incorrect, and there are emails from staff to Dr. Garcia advising her before she went before the media. Chair Stefan and members of the board, I hope you can understand that I ran on the notion of providing complete transparency. As long as I'm serving on this board, that is exactly what the public shall receive, complete transparency. We will investigate and tell the public what has happened over the past 2 years, who were the people involved and their conflicts of interest. The days of patting each other on the back in public and not disclosing what's happening behind closed doors is over. Thank you, Chair Stefan, for allowing me this allotted time.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Okay, bring us back to reality. I had the honor and privilege of attending 2 conferences recently, the CCLC and ACCT conference, and as always, just amazing to be able to always know how we can improve, not only ourselves, but the services that we provide. It's always fascinating to see what other colleges are doing and all the possibilities that we can look into in the future. We had an opportunity to meet up with a few of our Inland Empire partners and LA colleges, and just talk about priorities, similarities. I know one of the things that caught their attention is while other colleges are struggling to bring their attendance up, we here at COD looks like are doing rather well. We're faring well compared to other community colleges. So I just want to thank Dr. Garcia and staff for that, because I'm sure that has a lot to do with the on-site, people wanting to be here, students wanting to be here. And I know that that always speaks to our professors and our leadership staff that are developing those relationships with everyone on campus. So, excuse me, grateful for that. Other than that, it's looking forward to some of the events that are coming up, and just continuing to support our students, and hopefully we'll come out better for it.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. I want to start out by hoping that everyone had a wonderful Valentine's Day, that everybody's getting geared up because today is Fat Thursday. I understand we're supposed to eat a whole bunch of donuts because that's supposed to be lucky. And Mardi Gras is coming up on Tuesday, followed, of course, by Ash Wednesday. CSEA, I want to compliment you. The campus, when I came in today, was absolutely gorgeous. And I know that you've all been working really hard to get everything ready for our students to come back for this semester. And I'd like to thank the faculty for all their hard work in getting ready for our students. And I know the students are excited, the ones that I've spoken to, and the ones that I have brothers and sisters of in my classes at Amistad. There are some special meeting dates for our board to be aware of. March 8th and March 13th, we will be starting at 9:30 a.m. We're going to have some training, and there may be a special agenda item also, from what I understand, because we have some deadlines that we do have to meet. I want to thank the foundation. It's a great opportunity for our students to have an opportunity to travel the world. I was very fortunate being in 4-H as a child. I had the opportunity to go to Japan as an exchange student for a month right after high school. And I know that our students are going to get a lot out of a trip to Japan because the culture is so diversified and it's such a wonderful experience. I know they're going to have a great time, learn a lot, and it's going to broaden their future horizons. So I'm not going to speak anymore because I'm afraid I might lose my voice sometime today. So I'm going to conclude with that. And Trustee Yont is not with us at this time. So with that, it is now time for the Superintendent President, Dr. Garcia, to give her report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be brief as well. Next slide, please. On January 26, we welcomed the COD team to the spring 2023 semester and celebrated the service and dedicated employees at the Employee Service Recognition Ceremony. It was a day just to be together, remind each other that it is only working together that we could best serve our students. And the event was followed by a staff appreciation luncheon. So we had a great time. I thank and honor our employees for all they do, and I'm privileged to serve you. And the Student Services Resource Fair was mentioned along with other activities. So on February 1st, as stated in one of the stakeholder reports, we held a Student Services Resource Fair where over 34 student services programs and community organizations participated. And it was exciting to see our students there engaged and enjoying themselves. So I thank all the employees that contributed to this, whether it was participating or coordinating. Thank you very much. I listed some of the activities that I participated in since our last board meeting. They don't include all events, but I do want to share with all of you that I met with the CEO for Desert Healthcare District, and we're looking forward to continue to have conversations that ultimately would lead in collaborative opportunities for our students and the community. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll move into the consent agenda. The consent agenda, all items on the consent agenda will be considered for approval by a single vote without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed and considered separately in the action agenda. Are there any requests to separately consider any of the consent items? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Perez. Is there a second? Thank you, Dr. Kinnaman, or Trustee Kinnaman. And there is no discussion on this item. Can we have a roll call vote?
And I will skip through student trustee Paul and trustee Yont.
Thank you.
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
That brings us down to action items. No items were pulled, so we are now at action item 5.01. This is resolution number 021623-1, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of College of the Desert let me do that again. A resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District making findings and determinations under AB 361 for continued virtual meetings. Do I have a motion to approve item 15.01 as presented?
So moved.
It's been moved to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. President Garcia?
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, the next item, 15.02, is Emergency Conditions Recovery Plan. And before we take action, I'd like to invite Dr. Andy Dunn, our interim VP of Administrative Services, to present the study session item 20.03 at this time. So if you could proceed forward.
And we are moving Dr. Dunn over into a panelist, so just 1 second. And it looks like he's just joined us. Dr. Dunn, you should be able to start your video and unmute yourself when you are ready.
Okay. Well, there I am.
Oh, there you are.
Armand, are you going to control the slide deck?
Our IT team is here, Dr. Dunn, so if you can just say next slide when you're ready, we can progress on your behalf.
Thank you. Thank you. And trustees, good afternoon. As you know, my name is Andy Dunn. I'm your interim Vice President of Administrative Services. I do apologize for not being with you in person today. Yesterday, I became, well, quite ill, and I am isolating today. Nonetheless, here I am, and I can quickly walk you through this budget update. So if we could turn the page, please. I don't know if I'm being heard, but are we ready to turn the page?
There we go.
Thank you.
Welcome to our college.
Indeed. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I should say, I'm sure my colleague, our interim fiscal director, Diana Guijarro, is with us somewhere in virtual space here. Board members, purpose of this slide is simply to remind everyone of some of the challenges the community college system faces in budgeting. We have not yet received what is called the final recalculation for the year that ended June 30 of 22. Nor have we received what the first principal portion report for the current year. So we're waiting for those sort of foundational pieces, which will give us a good launch into the 23-24 tentative budget. I won't dwell on these other points other than to tell you most of our discussion here today is focused on what we see unfolding for the 23-24 year, as well as we have some multi-year outlook with respect to both budget and enrollment. Could we turn the page, please? So unlike the last few years, the governor's budget proposal this year took a gloomier approach, hence the graphic in the slide there. I think the good news is, however, and I will credit Governor Newsom with having created this Prop 98 reserve. It does appear that there are sufficient resources in that reserve to cover K through 14 education through the 25-26 year, but that we should not be expecting any new programmatic dollars at this time. Turn the page, please. So specifically with respect to our system, the governor has identified a cost of living adjustment of over 8%. I can tell you, board members, I've been doing this kind of work for more than 20 years now, and I do not recall ever having seen a COLA this robust. So it will be interesting to see what he ultimately signs into law later this year. But this is a very robust COLA. There's a 0.5-point growth funding at the system level, some professional development monies, and $200 million towards student retention and enrollment, because there are many colleges around the state that have suffered the same decline during the pandemic that Desert had experienced. Although that isn't really new money, because in that same time, the governor is also proposing to reduce the deferred maintenance block grant by over $200 million, and draw down, or I should say, reduce also the funding for the student housing program. Lastly, there was a small increment for workforce training for forestry and fire protection. Next page, please. I want to take a moment and talk about district revenue protections. In a few minutes, I'll show you a high-level view of enrollments. But the important thing is that we are being protected by concepts such as stability and emergency conditions and hold harmless. Now, those protections will carry us through to the 25-26 year. The good news is, in essence, that our revenue has been bifurcated from enrollment. But after beginning in 25-26, the year beginning July 1st of 25, we will go back to a place where the revenue, the operating revenue we receive, will once again be a function of enrollment. And I'll be speaking to those points in greater detail in just a few minutes here. Next slide, please. So with respect to budget assumptions for our tentative budget, which this board will see in June, again, we're looking at a COLA at about 8.13. We do see a 0.5 point of growth at the state level. To the extent we continue to recover, and the P1 enrollment report suggests we are, we really are in recovery, not an actual net growth at this point. So we're not contemplating any net growth funding for locally here. The point about vacancies generated some discussion at a budget committee meeting earlier in the week. So I want to clarify that simply to tell the audience, yourselves, of course, board members, that we will carefully review all positions prior to backfill. From a compliance standpoint, we always seek to meet the requirements of the 50% law and the faculty obligation number. Lastly, with respect to pension match, you can see that the CalSTRS, that's a California State Teachers Retirement System, the employer match appears to be flat this year and next year. But if you look at the CalPERS, that's the Public Employee Retirement System, that's going to go up by over 1.5 points at the year beginning 23-24. So that the pension match requirements are significant ongoing costs. They've been going up now for several years, and it appears that will be the case this year and next. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, we have developed some out-year projections, and we've begun to develop assumptions to support that multi-year plan. COLA at this point for the following 2 years, 24-25, 25-26, is in about the 3.5 point range, as you can see there. We are not anticipating any growth revenues beyond COLA. An important reminder that stability funding applies only to funding for full-time equivalent students, not the supplemental category under the SCIF, the student-centered funding formula. Lastly, it's not just revenue associated with success, equity, and enrollment, but because our Desert's actual enrollment has slipped below 10,000, what is also at risk is the basic allocation, which is a lump sum funding that each approved site gets. And were we not to recover above 10,000 again, that could mean another $1.4 million lost for the district. And the pension, I made the points about pension a moment ago. So if we could move ahead, please. This is a budget calendar. Most of these milestones are driven by statute or regulation. I will also offer another mea culpa. Later in this agenda, we are asking you to accept the external audits from the year ending June 30. You'll see in the budget calendar and in the audit calendar, which is the next slide, that we have mapped out a strategy to make sure the audit, this year's audit, is in front of you in the month of November, so then it can be acted upon and sent to the system office prior to December 31, which is our longstanding target. Next slide, please. There is that tentative audit calendar, and I'll simply take your attention to the bottom line. November 30, we believe we can have this exercise wrapped up, and we would then be able to have this in front of the board for their consideration at your December meeting. Next slide, please. This is a very important point, and I think it's often lost on many. But while our apportionment base, as I shared earlier, is scheduled to receive an 8.13% COLA, not all categorical programs receive that COLA. This is not an exhaustive list. I have some references at the back of this document if you wish to take a deeper dive. But I do want to illustrate that some of our major programs, including the Success and Equity and Achievement Program, do not receive cost of living adjustments. So to the extent then we have employees in those programs that receive a cost of living adjustment, that is a direct impact on the district's general fund. Next slide, please. There are a number of lines on this chart here. Maybe the important one is showing how we've dropped from over 10,000 FTES down to something in the 8,000 range. Our data indicates that during that time in the pandemic, Desert lost over 2,100 FTES. And we've measured that delta, and the impact is over $10 million. So we have two scenarios here. The P1 enrollment report was really strong, and this would suggest that we would close this year at 9,000 FTES. And then if we grew at about, or I should say recovered, I say growth there, but if we recovered at a rate of about 5% a year, we could actually be back to baseline, and we would seamlessly exit the hold harmless and stability protections I spoke of earlier. Let's turn the page, please. We do have an alternate scenario. Maybe that kind of recovery is overly optimistic. This slide still says we would get to 9,000 at year end, but then it suggests we would be flat through that period. It is way too soon to know exactly where the college will land, but board members, from my perspective, the takeaway message is that there's a lot of hard work in front of us. I think the P1 report was a very strong indication that the college, the institution, the elected leadership, the administrative leadership, and all the faculty and staff are capable of getting us back to where we need to be. But it is a long road to travel. Let's turn the page, please. Forgive me, I know those numbers get very difficult to read, and but the message I want to leave you with here excuse me, I'm looking for a page that I can actually read. I can't see that screen too well. The message I want to take away here is that the hold harmless, you can see we enter into hold harmless. We did once before, and we project we will be doing so again in 24, 25. But the line that says subtotal, that is actually what we're earning. And then the line at the bottom, the total line, is a function of what's called the new funding floor. And I think I can better illustrate that on the next page. This would be the budget projection that's associated with the full recovery I showed you just a moment ago. Could we turn the page, please? Thank you. So if you look at again, at the 24-25 year, part of the governor's proposal is that what districts receive in that year will become their new funding floor. So for us, we estimate that to be $97.1 million. And in that 24-25 year, we are receiving approximately $6 million in hold harmless resources. And then you can see that the total line, the funding floor, doesn't change. And the gap there is important because new revenues, that is new COLAs or any growth money, would not be on the funding floor, but on that earned base. So for example, in the 24-25 year, COLA would not be applied to the $97 million figure. Rather, it would be applied to the $91 million figure. And only when the earned line and the new funding floor intersect, and that can be a couple of years out, would we then get to a place where our full funding base was once again being able to receive COLA. I know there's a lot of detail there, but those are some of the fundamental messages I wanted to leave with you, board members. Could we turn the page, please? On the capital outlay front, the governor's proposing, as you can see, funding for 10 capital outlay projects, including one for College of the Desert. And you can see we are scheduled to receive $6.85 million toward our science building renovation. Turn the page, please. So the highlights and risks. I can tell you that this is a very good year for us to be under the protection of that constitutional amendment known as Prop 98, which the voters approved back in 1988. The K-14 system is being treated much better than many other public entities, and not because not all of them are receiving that proposed 8-point COLA. Still, on the risk side, the state economy is softening. We will, of course, be tracking enrollment closely, and I should point out, I gave you a very high-level overview of enrollments, and I believe that our Director of Institutional Research will be taking a deeper dive into enrollments for us later in this meeting. Of course, later this year, the federal COVID relief funds expire, and we're looking very closely at the 50% law. We closed last year at 50.36, and we are on track to do so again about there this year. But with the fall off in enrollment, there is a natural decline in instructional expense. And yet we still have very significant non-instructional expenses and really a growing proportion of them with a smaller FTES base. One more page, please. Here is that resource page if anybody cares to take a deeper dive or if you're suffering from insomnia. And if you could turn one more, I think we're at the end now. And we are. Board members, thank you for hearing me out. I was able to present a similar presentation to the district's budget committee earlier this week, and we had a brief budget overview during the Flex Day presentation. So happy to take any questions you may have at this juncture.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dunn. Board members, do we have any questions? We'll start with you, Trustee Perez.
No questions, but thank you, VP Dunn, for that very candid presentation.
Okay,
Yes,
Trustee.
sir.
Thank you. Trustee Kinnaman, any questions?
No questions at this time. Thank you very much.
Trustee Gonzalez?
I just want to say thank you to VP Dunn. Very easy to follow and read, and thank you very much for putting that together.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay. And I want to thank you also, Dr. Dunn, because that was a great presentation. We kind of learned a little bit about it at the state and at the national level. And so this was a great presentation to bring all the board members up to date on this. So I want to thank you very much. Additionally, at this time, I'd like to invite Val Martinez Garcia, the VP of Instruction, to present the study session item 20.04. So welcome, Vice President Martinez Garcia.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Trustees, and Superintendent President. Publicly, Trustee Jean, my thoughts and prayers are with you as you heal, and I look forward to meeting in person. It's great to be here today, presenting to you for your consideration COVID-19 emergency conditions.
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It's like one of the AT&T commercials. It is great to be here today before you, presenting for your consideration the COVID-19 Emergency Conditions Recovery Plan. The slides I will be presenting to you are highlights of actions the college has taken or will take to assist in our enrollment efforts, our recovery efforts. As you saw from VP Dunn, a lot of what we are projecting is going to be based on these efforts, and the elements in this plan are critical for us as we move forward in recovery and a post time when we don't have to worry about the hold harmless anymore when it comes off. Before I begin my presentation, I'd like to introduce to you Oksana Agai. She's going to be assisting with the FTE portion of the presentation. And I'd also like to publicly thank the Roadrunner family for the warm welcome that I've received. I knew this was an amazing institution when I first came to COD, so this community had my head. But after meeting all of the amazing professionals who work and support the college, now this community has my heart. I've really been fortunate enough to meet a lot of community members, students, staff, faculty throughout the campus who I know work diligently to support students and all of their efforts to make sure students are successful. COD, in short, has a committed faculty, staff, and leadership and board that helped it to overcome the darkest days of a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. Therefore, I believe it has the strength and fortitude to fully recover from our enrollment deficiencies and to continue to offer students and families of the Coachella Valley vital educational pathways and critical social supports. In short, I'm humbled and honored to be a part of the COD family. Next slide. This slide provides the board the section, code, and intent of the legislative portion of the plan for your review. Thank you, Armando. The slide before you now provides the board with the requirements for the certification for the plan being considered today. All of the elements on the plan that you see or certification that you see before you have been met with the exception of the board policy on reserves, which I believe will be before you at some point. It is going through the review process. And so I've been speaking to VP Dunn, and we have informed the state that we are going through the process. So if and when this is taken action on, they know that it will be following shortly as a part of a package moving forward. The next few slides describe actions taken or actions that are in progress as the college moves towards recovery. Specifically, these two actions really are around technology and accessibility. College is making every effort to make sure that students who want to reside in a digital environment are able to do so at the same time trying to balance what is available on campus. That includes courses, offerings, but also services. The next slide illustrates the actions that have been taken, which have been made possible through the collaborative efforts of many of the participatory governance committees, task force, and work groups at our institution. Many of these activities that you see before you are really around engagement, trying to re-engage our student body. Many of our students have felt over the last 3 years detachment from our campus, our community. And so many of our efforts moving forward are really going to try to re-engage our students to make available to them face-to-face as well as virtual opportunities. This slide illustrates to the board the actions that are in progress or on the horizon. Again, these actions have been vetted through the governance process and are grounded in best practices from and around the state. I want to draw your attention to one specific outreach effort being conducted by the Office of Institutional Research, which will collect the names of specific students who failed to be retained after the pandemic, students who enrolled and left or enrolled and withdrew from us. I think it's really important to highlight that because our effort is to re-engage these students, to remind them that we have not left them, that we are still here for them. And lastly, I'd like to take a moment to add that there is great work being done at all levels of the institution to help us recover our enrollment, but more importantly, help us serve the communities that we so much who so much need our support. An example of innovation or innovative effort around this effort to address enrollment recovery can be found in the work of the Strategic Enrollment Management Team. This effort is being led by Dr. Sarah Butler and a team that includes Dr. Scott Atkins, Dr. Jessica Enders, Dean Pappas, Amanda Phillips, Oksana Agai, Dr. Angel Merez, and Brian Thompson, just to name a few. Their efforts are already drawing praise for identifying the need to develop dashboards to assist in the enrollment management process. Their efforts are an example of what type of collaboration and innovation efforts we need to be able to move forward toward recovery. Additionally, I've had great conversations with faculty leadership to discuss what are the next steps. Our conversations have centered around making data-informed decisions and having open, honest dialogue regarding the services we provide our students and the structures we must put in place to make our educational pathways more clear. Like so many other institutions across the nation and the state, for us to be better or better serve our students and recover our enrollment, we have to think out of the box, and we have to be okay with getting out of our comfort zone. As I have discussed with many of my colleagues at the college and with various committees, I plan to work with faculty and classified leadership to frame our discussions around 3 principles that I have helped, that I think will help us streamline our enrollment and service discussions. I think 1, we always need to maintain the fact that we are mission-driven. Students are our focus. 2, we have to look to leverage current resources, not looking for the next best thing in resources, but to leverage what we have and to be able to better serve our students. And 3, we must remain ready for change. And as the economic landscape shifts, we need to continue to understand our students' needs and adjust to them in real time. I'm going to now turn it over to Oksana, who will present to you the FTE portion of our presentation.
Dear Board of Trustees, President and Superintendent Garcia, esteemed guests and colleagues, in this presentation I'll be sharing information about enrollments, headcounts, and FTEs at College of the Desert from 2010 to 2022. In this slide, I would like to highlight the key terms that we'll be reviewing this afternoon. Headcount is the count of individual students. Enrollment is a count of classes an individual student takes. For example, if one student takes 1 class, then headcount is 1 and enrollment is 1. If another student takes 3 classes, headcount is 1 and enrollment is 3. FTES stands for full-time equivalent students. It's a way of counting both full-time and part-time students as if they're all full-time students. And it's also the primary way that the college gets apportionment from the state. This slide illustrates the pandemic impact on our annual headcount. When looking at the 4-year change, College of the Desert experienced a 1.7% decrease in the number of students. To put this into context, the drop in statewide student headcounts was greater than the enrollment impact at College of the Desert. There was a 15.1% decrease in student headcount across the state compared to 1.7% at College of the Desert. The following set of slides will include annual data for enrollment, headcount, and FTES from 2010 to 2011. 2010 to 2011 to 2021 to 2022 academic years. Okay. The first chart shows the annual headcount at College of the Desert. In 2021-2022 academic year, which includes summer 21, fall 21, winter 22, and spring 22, there was an increase of 3% from the previous year. This is good news. Our students are starting to come back. This chart shows the annual enrollment at College of the Desert. In 2021-2022, enrollments dropped by 10% compared to the previous academic year. However, as you will see in the upcoming slides, on fall 2022 semester, our enrollments are beginning to recover. This chart shows the FTEs at College of the Desert in 2021-2022. FTEs were 8% lower than in the previous year. However, it's again important to note that in our following slides, where the fall 2022 FTEs will be presented, we will see an encouraging recovering direction of FTEs. And this slide combines all three measures by year to show how they relate to each other. So the next set of slides will focus on fall semesters only, including the most recent fall 2022 semester. The number of students attending College of the Desert in fall 2022 increased from the previous fall semester by 6%. As mentioned earlier, we are seeing an increase in enrollments. In fall 2022, at census, there was a 2.5% increase in enrollments compared to the previous fall semester. In this slide, the bold line at the very top represents the total FTEs. If you add the bottom two lines, you'll get the top, which is the total. We can see an encouraging growth of 19% FTEs in fall 2022 from the previous fall semester. And this chart shows, again, the headcount, enrollment, and FTEs for fall semesters between 2010 and 2022. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. And thank you, Vice President Martinez Garcia and Oksana. Are there any questions of the board? Trustee Perez?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Val, I don't expect you to know this now off the top of your head, but would you be able to bring back to our future meeting which courses our students are taking the most of, broken down by campus? That way we can have that data.
Yes, definitely, we could do that.
Thank you.
Do you have a timeline when you would like to see that?
Well, probably within the next couple of months.
Okay.
Yeah, but you have some time.
Okay, we'll work with Dr. Garcia to get you that information then.
Anything else? Trustee Kinnaman?
There's only one other thing we've discussed a little bit as far as determining bottlenecks that is making it difficult for students to complete in a timely manner. So if we can do some type of analysis on what are our bottleneck courses that students are unable to get.
Okay, great. We can do that also.
Anything, Trustee Gonzalez?
Thank you for the presentation. It was
Got
very
it.
good.
Gonzalez?
And now just again, welcome to the COD Roadrunner family, and thank you very much for a very comprehensive report.
You're welcome.
Okay. And I want to thank both of you. It was very, very informative and somewhat encouraging to see some of those numbers. Okay. And welcome to the college.
Thank you.
Now that we have the context, do I have a motion to approve item 15.02, the Emergency Conditions Recovery Plan as presented? Is there a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this? Not seeing any. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman? Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And 15.03, the regular meeting schedule, July 2023 to June 2024. And this was sent out to you, special even, so to make sure that you are all take note of it. Is there a motion to approve this item, 15.03 as presented?
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Anything that you think needs to be changed, or anything that maybe there's a conflict that you know of that we have overlooked? Not seeing any. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And the next item is Action Human Resources 16.01. This is public employment. Do I have a motion to approve item 16.01 as presented?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the public, 16.01 public employment. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Trustee Pettis?
Aye.
Trustee Kinderman?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Stefan?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And that brings us to administrative services. 17.01, 2022 Desert Community College District and measures B and CC bond financial performance audit reports. At this time, I'd like to invite Rick Alonso, partner with Eddie Bailey to LLC, to present the audit findings. Welcome, Rick.
And we've just moved Rick over to as a panelist. So Rick, you should be able to start your video and unmute yourself when you're ready.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Having trouble with the video right now. Here we go. Let's see if that works. There we go. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone can hear me okay. Basically, I'm here to present the report. I'll start off with the district report. As auditors, our scope of our audit is to render 3 opinions. We give an opinion on the financial statements of the district. In addition to that, we give an opinion on federal awards. And the last opinion of our scope is to give an opinion on state compliance. Each year, the state chancellor's office will give us a laundry list of items which they would like us to test, and we give an opinion on that. The one page I do like to go over in the report is on page 94. It's basically called the Summary of Auditors Results. It's basically the district's, what I call report card for this fiscal year. Within that page, we list the 3 major opinions that we do give, and it's our page 94, not the PDF. So I'm not sure if you go to the bottom right, you can see what the actual page numbers are. For the financial statement, the district received an unmodified opinion. An unmodified opinion is the cleanest opinion we can give as auditors, and it states that the financial statements are fairly stated in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So there you go. For federal awards, the district also received an unmodified opinion. So the district met all the federal compliance requirements which we're required to test for this fiscal year. And the programs that we did test had to do with all the COVID HERF money that the district had received. For state compliance, which is on the bottom of that page, the district received an unmodified opinion. So the district also met all the state compliance requirements which we're required to test for this fiscal year. And then starting on page 95 is where we list all our findings and recommendations. And as you can see, that page is blank. Auditors have a perception of being negative people, and there's a good reason why. We're not allowed to give positive assurance. Auditors are only allowed to give negative assurance. So a blank page from an auditor is a really good sign. In addition to that, on page 98, as auditors, we're required to look at the prior year findings that we did have. And we did have 2 prior year findings last year, if you guys remember. And I'm happy to say the current year, these findings have been implemented. So just to recap, the district received all clean opinions with the financial statements, with federal awards and state compliance, and we did not have any findings and recommendations for this fiscal year. So at this time, I can answer anyone's questions that you might have with regards to the audit report.
Thank you, Rick. Trustee Perez, any questions? Trustee Kinnaman?
No, nothing, thank you.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Looks good. So, no questions here. Thank you.
My sentiments exactly. Looks great. I'm glad that those findings from last year were met and that we have a big blank page there. So,
Dispels some of the.
so thank you, Rick. Do I have a
You're welcome.
motion to approve item 17.01 as presented?
So moved.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, that moves us down to 17.02, resolution number 021623-2, authorized signatures. Do I have a motion to approve item 17.02 as presented?
So moved.
Oh, I've got two people. I heard Gonzalez first, so I'll go with Gonzalez as making the motion, the maker of the motion, and Trustee Kinnaman as the second. So any discussion? This is a roll call vote.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And at this time, we'll move into 17.03. This is 2023 to 2024, non-resident tuition and capital outlay of student fees. Do I have a motion to approve item 17.03 as presented?
So moved.
It's been moved. Do I have a seconded?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Perez. And any discussion? Do we have a brief explanation?
Yes. BP Dunn, I'll provide a brief explanation, and if you would like to add, please join us if you're still online with us. But I consulted with our Dean of Counseling prior to making a decision in regards to increasing these rates. From the state standpoint, we are provided the opportunity to increase the rate at a higher level than we are currently increasing it. And I want to provide the justification why we only increased it at less than 5%. We're trying to continue to enhance our enrollment for international students. Our international students were informed that if there was an increase in tuition, it would be less than 5%. We wanted to stay consistent with the information that they had provided and therefore increased the fees by slightly less than 5%. I do want to end by stating that we have seen an increase in international student enrollment. We want to continue to see that increase, but this would pose a barrier if we had augmented the tuition at a higher level.
Any questions after that? None? Seeing none, we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And now we're up to 18, information, Board of Trustees. 18.01, the regular board meeting date change for April 2023 is being changed. I don't have the information in front of me, so.
Our apologies, Chair. Yes, if what is stated prior is accurate, the date change will be for April 17th, 2023, and that will be at the Desert Hot Springs Library. We are still finalizing with the library the specific time, so those specific details will come at next month's meeting for the specific start time, and those are due to operational hours of the library limiting our usual start time.
Okay, thank you very much for that. The reason why the change is, as many of you know, when I'm the chair, I've always tried to be out in the community at least 2 meetings throughout the year. So this will be the first one, and hopefully we'll have a turnout from the Desert Hot Springs area to address the board. Are there any questions from the board on that? Okay, seeing none. That brings us to 18.02. The board chair's appointment of a subcommittee to review charges that trustee Perez violated board policy 2715, Code of Ethics, Standards of Practice. Trustees, and make a report and recommendation to the board. So since September 16th, 2022, the district has received multiple written complaints about trustee Perez, alleging that he violated provisions of the district board policy 2715, Code of Ethics, Standards of Practice. The facts upon which the complaints allege such violations implicate the following sections of board policy 2715. B, work with fellow board members in a spirit of civility and cooperation, spirit of differences of opinion that may arise during vigorous debates of points of view. D, an individual trustee has no legal authority outside the meaning of the board to direct staff, including the superintendent president, and should conduct relationships with college employees, students, local citizenry in the media on that basis. E, be aware that trustees are responsible to all citizens of the district, not solely to those who elected them. The authority delegated to trustees by the voters must be exercised with as much care and concern for the least influential as for the most influential member of the community. G, keep in mind under all circumstances that the board is legally responsible for the effective operation of the district. Its primary function is to establish the policies by which the DCCD is to be administered. The board will hold the superintendent, president, and his or her staff accountable for the administration of the educational, student services, and business operations, and work with and respect others in the educational community through civility, decorum, and consideration. In accordance with the district's administrative procedures 2715, when the board chair receives a written complaint alleging violations of board policy 2715, the chair must appoint a subcommittee to review the charges and make a report and recommendation back to the Board of Trustees in an open meeting. As the board chair, I am now taking action in accordance with my obligation and authority under Administrative Procedure 2715 to appoint a subcommittee to review the charges against trustee Perez. The subcommittee will consist of board leadership, myself as board chair and trustee Yant as board vice chair. The subcommittee will work with the district's legal counsel to review the charges without disclosing the identity of the complainants. The subcommittee will make trustee Perez aware of the substance of the charges in order to allow him a meaningful opportunity to respond to the charges. Once the subcommittee reviews the charges and investigates as needed, including providing Perez an opportunity to respond to the charges, the subcommittee will make a report to the board of the result of its investigation and the recommendation for next steps. This will occur during an open meeting. Following the subcommittee's report and recommendation, the board will vote on what action it will take in response to the charges. Actions could include no further action or that the board issue a warning, reprimand, or censure of trustee Perez. The board cannot act in response to the complaints until after the subcommittee makes its report and recommendations to the full board. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, we'll move on. 19 is Information Administrative Services. 19.01, 2021-2022, Auxiliary Services Audit Report. At this time, I'd like to welcome back Rick Alonso, partner with Eddie Bailey, LLC, to present the audit findings. Could we please allow Rick back in?
Just one second, Chair Stefan. Rick is joining us as a panelist. Okay, Rick, and you should be able to unmute yourself and turn on your camera when you're ready.
Awesome, thank you. Hope everyone can hear me. The Desert Auxiliary, as you see the report for yours, as of June 30, 2022, The scope of our audit with auxiliary is just to give, we give only one opinion on the financial statements. And that's starting on page 1. There's not a summary, unfortunately, in this one. The summary is a governmental agency requirement. So there you go. This is basically the only thing that's considered ours in the report is the audit opinion on page 1. And you're really focused on the second paragraph, which states, in our opinion, the company financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects. This is what we call an unmodified opinion, and what we learned earlier, an unmodified opinion is the cleanest opinion we can give from an auditor, and it states that the financial statements are fairly stated in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So the financial statement information which the auxiliary provided us, we agreed with those numbers. We did not have any findings and recommendations with this report. And as we learned earlier, as auditors, we do not give positive assurance. We only give negative assurance. So there is no findings and recommendations section in this report since we do not have any findings. So just to recap, this financial statement was clean opinion, and we did not have any findings and recommendations for the auxiliary. So at this time, I can answer any of the board's questions with regards to the auxiliary audit.
Okay, which auxiliaries could you, were in this audit?
It's basically includes the golf driving range, and you have all the vending machines that the district has included, will be included in this report.
Are there any questions? Trustee Perez?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Trustee Kinnaman?
No, I have nothing.
Trustee Gonzalez?
2 for 2, and as far as I've been here, clean audits every time. Transparency is on the menu, so let's make sure we highlight that.
Yes, those are beautiful audits. Okay, thank you so much for that, Rick.
You're welcome.
And we'll move on to 19.02, Administrative Procedure 6305, Reserves. This item is brought to the board today as information. Are there any questions from anyone on the board about the reserves? None? And now we'll go into 20.01. This is a study session on Roadrunner Motors timeline update and presentation. At this time, I'd like to invite Robert Rosher, Associate Program Manager, and Mac McGinnis, Program Manager of Moss Company, to present this item. If you guys could step forward again, please. And thank you, gentlemen, for returning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Board Chair, board members, and Dr. Garcia. We're here to talk to you about the Roadrunner Motors project timeline. It was a question that was presented, I think, at the last board meeting, so we're here to respond to that. And I'm going to have Robert here take us through the timeline from the schematic design approval of July of 22.
All right, good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah.
Just by way of providing a little bit of context, a design and construction project is typically, traditionally, I should say, divided up into 5 phases. The first being schematic design, followed by design development, construction document creation, bidding, and finally the construction process itself. So this project, Roadrunner Motors, the schematic design for the project was approved in July of 2022. We have a couple of images of the project to serve as a reminder. That is an overhead aerial with an imposed site plan showing the project's location at the end of the cul-de-sac of Margot Murphy Way off of Highway 111. And there are a couple of 3D images on the left side of the screen as well. The project is now currently in design development, and that phase is ongoing at this time, and we anticipate it will be complete in May of 2023. Following that, in August, the team will complete the construction documents and submit them to DSA, the Division of the State Architect. They will conduct a plan review, and we hope they will be complete with their review in March of 2024. It's fair to note that DSA review times are volatile, and we are very much at their mercy during that time, but they always endeavor to turn the plans around as quickly as possible. Assuming all goes well with DSA, we hope to have the project out to bid and bids complete and received by June of 24, allowing us to bring contracts for construction to this board in August of 24 for approval. If those contracts are approved, we will commence construction, and construction would be targeted for completion in December of 25, so that the facilities would be ready for use in the spring term of 2026. That is the nature of that particular presentation. Any questions?
Thank you for the presentation, gentlemen. No questions for me.
Okay.
Thank you for the
Thank you.
presentation. No question.
I think my mic was turned off. Nobody has any questions. It was a beautiful presentation. Thank you. It did bring us up to date. We now have a timeline we can follow right out in front of us, and hopefully everything will come back from DSA even quicker than that. That would be nice. Thank you again, gentlemen, for the presentation.
Thank you.
And that brings us to 20.03 budget update.
That was covered previously under the emergency conditions plan presentation.
That was under 15.02.
Correct.
Thank you. And then we have 20.04, the emergency conditions plan, and that was also presented under 15.02. So we'll move on.
Madam Chair, you have 20.02 temporary Palm Springs campus relocation study.
Oh, 20.02, temporary Palm Springs campus relocation study. At this time, I'm so sorry. We'll move backward then and get back to you guys. Okay, I'm so sorry, gentlemen. So at this time, I'd like to welcome back Robert, our Associate Program Manager of MOS, to present this item. Please proceed.
Okay. So a couple of small establishing shots. As we know, the temporary Palm Springs campus at 1300 Bristow Road has been operating for some time. It is a cluster of modular buildings with assorted site improvements. Those modular buildings, excuse me, are being leased by the college, and the property itself is also being leased from Palm Springs Unified School District. Undertaking this study, we had to make a couple of assumptions about certain factors. The proposed relocation from the temporary campus over to the mall site, if you will, as we've kind of termed it, is the notion on the table. The buildings that we are leasing, we have asked, we've investigated, and the owners of those buildings are not willing to sell them outright to the college, so they will maintain a lease agreement until such time as we would choose to terminate it. This study addresses both the time and the cost necessary to effect the desired move, and it assumes that the temporary campus will stay in use until the permanent campus is completed. As of right now, we are paying, college is paying $198,000 per year to Palm Springs Unified, and is paying $257,900 for the building leases. Our one-year total for those lease costs then, as you can see, comes to about $456,000. And we assumed a 4-year projection for the sake of this study because that would allow us to continue use of the temporary campus past the completion of the permanent campus. So with that notion in mind, we forecast an additional $1.8 million in lease costs. We are not contemplating the college's ongoing operational costs in this assessment, assuming that they would be equal wherever the campus is. The current campus, of course, can stay where it is without any impact to operation or schedules that we are aware. Now, if we were going to relocate the, the campus over to the mall site, we would assume that we would still have at least another year at the current rate to be leased at the property on 1300 Baristo until we're ready to effect the actual move and switch over. The building lease cost is assumed to be the same as it would otherwise be, since we would try to maintain those same buildings. The relocation cost then, as a one-time expense, that's to physically pick up and move the buildings from one site to the other, we anticipate would be around $500,000. The site improvements then, that's the meat and potatoes of what we're really talking about here. In order to make the new campus viable at the Palm Springs Mall site, we would have to do some fairly extensive work to the site, including providing utilities such as water and power and sewer. We would also have to make the new campus at its new location ADA accessible, so that's the American Disabilities Act. That is all part of that package for $5.9 million. That would include architecture fees, DSA, everything else. So we anticipate a total four-year expense of $7.6 million to effect the move from one location to the other. We also anticipate, depending on DSA's level of involvement and cooperation, a scheduled timeframe of 6 to 12 months to effect this change. And of course, as I think we would all anticipate, the very act of moving the buildings from one location to another would perhaps disrupt ongoing instruction. We would have to dig a little deeper to figure out which term or terms would be specifically impacted. A couple of other locations. As we know from earlier today, the current phase one development for the main campus is generally located on the south side of the mall property. So we would assume that if the temporary campus is relocated, it would go to the north side of the mall property, most adjacent to Talkwitz. As we mentioned, DSA would almost certainly be involved, and utility services would almost certainly, would absolutely need to be included. The way that we would affect this to minimize the impact to the college is that we would prepare the site improvements at the new site in advance, and then we would prepare the buildings. They have to functionally be taken apart, carted over to the new site, and then reassembled. But we would attempt to put a plan in place that would minimize that downtime. So let's say, for the sake of shared understanding, that we would have 2, maybe even 3 months when those buildings are simply not available for use. Okay? And that's our presentation. Any questions?
I have two easy ones. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. Go ahead.
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The infrastructure costs, is it something that would be utilized later on site, or would it be able to be
It's
utilized?
hard to determine if you don't know exactly what you're doing on the site, where things are going to be.
Okay.
That'd be hard, yeah.
And then this would be for somebody smarter than the three of us, I think. With its proximity by the high school, would it increase our enrollments and those collaborations? But I throw that out there for smarter people to think about. And those are my only questions. Thank you for bringing that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to my original stance, and I will remain to stand, is $7 million to move something 3 blocks, for me, doesn't make any sense financially. So those are my comments.
Trustee Stefan, if you could check your microphone there.
speaking again. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Gosh, why did I do that? Oh, I had to call. Sorry. Okay, so that brings us down to 21.01, future agenda items. Trustee Perez, do you have anything you'd like to see on future agenda items? I think you already shared some items with us. So.
Yeah, just the stuff that I asked for Dr. Martinez Garcia earlier
Mhm.
in a future agenda item. But other than that, that's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
You get those? I think we have those at an earlier point. Right, okay. I want to make sure we did get those noted. I do have them in my notes here if we didn't. And Trustee Kinnaman, future agenda items?
Only one item. I'd like, if the administration can bring back any information, if there are any purchase and sell agreements pending anywhere in the district.
Any what?
Any purchase and sell agreements pending with anywhere within the district.
Purchase and sale agreements. Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes, I know that we've had some pretty lengthy board meetings, and I know we have pending items that have been requested. So maybe just an update on some of the items that are still pending that have been requested. What's the proper procedure, Madam Chair, for requesting items in closed session?
I believe they bring it up in closed session, don't they?
Okay.
And it goes on to a future agenda. Okay. We can include that in one of our trainings, I think, maybe the Brown Act one, right? Okay. Great question. Okay. And I have nothing to add at this time. So at this time, we will be recessing to closed session, and then we'll now recess to closed session. The live feed of this meeting will continue. The board members and President Garcia, I ask that you please join us in closed session in 10 minutes, which should be about 2:40. Is that correct? Close enough. And after closed session, we will reconvene to open session. Thank you. Do we have the time? Okay. The meeting will reconvene to open session at 3:46. In closed session, the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District took action as moved by Trustee Perez and seconded by Trustee Gonzalez to not renew the educational administrator contract for the Director of Tutoring and Academic Skills Center. The motion carried unanimously with 4 voting in favor and 0 voting against. And that concluded the closed session report out. And today, we're very, very honored to have the CEO, Ji-Hang Lee, who is visiting the campus. He's been here since, I guess, about 3 p.m. And for anyone that doesn't know, the ACCT is the Association of Community College Trustees at the national level, where Trustee Gonzalez, myself, and President Garcia were in attendance just a very short time ago, less than a week ago. We arrived back home. So we're very glad to have you. We hope you're having an excellent visit with us, and we hope you'll return many, many times. And I hope you'll have an opportunity after the close of the meeting to meet with each of my board members. Okay, so welcome, and I hope you enjoy your stay here and have safe travels. And if there is no objection, we'll adjourn this meeting at 3:48. Thank you.
Recording stopped.